This is the African Young Geotechnical Engineers Conference holding here in Lagos, Nigeria. We're happy to welcome the world number one as far as geotechnical engineering is concerned. He's here in our midst, a great man, a wonderful man, very amiable, hardworking, intelligent, and great indeed. Is no other person than Engineer Dr. Mark Baluz. Please give him a... Thank you. We also have in our midst the ISSMG VP Africa. No other person than Engineer Professor Marwan Shaheen. We have in our midst too a doing as far as geotechnical engineering is concerned in Nigeria and even the world. No other person than our own most valuable geotechnical engineer, Engineer Professor Samuel Uchechukwu Ejezie. Please, the ushers, please, you can direct where they will be. Let him come there and stay. We have in our midst a representative of the NSC president. Is no other person than Engineer Ayotunde Ogunaike. Please, a hand of applause for him. He's going to declare this event open. We also have the national chairman of Nigerian Institution of Geotechnical Engineers, our own very engineer, Fadeyi Lawrence. Please. We have in our midst, please let him be ushered to this other side, Engineer Professor Y.A. Jimo. He was a past president of NIGE. Please. We also have in our midst one of the board members of ISSMGE, a very charming woman, very delectable, beautiful, wonderful indeed. No other person than, you recognize her even before she stands, no other person than Engineer Chido Dolala Rigby Yuli. You're very much welcome, man. We have, when we do the physical, we also do the spiritual. We have a Reverend Sister in our midst. Reverend Sister Obiageli Ejezie is a MVG is a sister. Engineer Obiageli, Reverend Sister Obiageli Ejezie. Please, you're very much welcome. I'm not seeing this.
So, Engineer Femi John Adedotu, representing the registrar, correct?
Engineer.
Is a pencil, written this somewhere now. Femi John Adedotu. Ade.
Yeah, sorry, there was a little mistake. The Reverend Sister is actually Professor Jezia's daughter. Thank you. So we also have in our midst Engineer Femi John Adedotun, representing the Registrar of COREN, the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. Please, ushers. We have Engineer Joseph Adeyemi. He is representing the COREN president. You're very much welcome, sir. So please, as more dignitaries arrive, we'll be introducing them. So, but for now, we'll start with the national anthem. Can we just stand for our national anthem? If you check your program, just the first page there, you'll see the national anthem they're going to read now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we welcome all the students from Ghana, from Port Harcourt, from Ibadan, from all parts of Nigeria and beyond. You're from Egypt, you're very much welcome. Feel free, relax, this is your home. Nigeria is a good place to be. Thank you very much. I also wish to welcome the YMPG representative. YMPG, is it for Africa or worldwide? No other person than Engineer Bridget Lokwe. You're welcome. Yes. Young member, presidential group. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. My own name is Engineer Sebastian Chinedu Ozo Amalo. I'm the chairman of this local organizing committee for this event. Thank you very much. So without wasting much time, because our time is already far spent, we'll be entering into a brief safety moment. I want to invite Engineer Osage Precious for this. Engineer Precious?
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm not seeing smiling faces. We are not in a war zone. Yes, we're here to learn, unlearn, and relearn. You are a geotechnical engineer in this hall this morning. Whatever you've known before, you are just about to update that again. So you should be excited that you're here. If you're not, I'm very, very excited to be here. Like I've been introduced, my name is Engineer Precious Osagie, and I'm a proud geotechnical engineer. Yes, I'm a project technical engineer. So wherever you see me, you can call me geotechnical engineer in place of my name. And I like to tell people that I like playing with sand, soil, and that's what we do. You know that I know this is supposed to be a brief safety moment, but I like to do this wherever I'm given the opportunity because these are profession is one profession that remains untapped. It's one profession that people are yet to know about. And that is why we have a conference like this today. That is why we have decided to bring young minds together. In case you have not heard that there is a profession that is a gold mine, this is the place today for you to get to know that. I'm not going to say much. Let me just do my assignment and leave here. So, safety brief. I'm just here to let you know that we have various exits in this venue. We have the main exits, and there's supposed to be another emergency exit. But for today, we'll be only making use of the main exit. That is the only entrance. In case we have any emergency, the emergency exits will be made available for us to exit. And if there is any emergency, please do not panic. Relax. There are people, professionals, to actually attend to you in case of any emergency. There are conveniences. We have conveniences for ladies and men on the ground floor and on the gallery. But I will employ us all to focus on using the conveniences on the ground floor for today. You can see that at the moment we do not have very large number yet. As the number increases, we will also extend it to the conveniences on the gallery. And then, please, parking as we have instructed. I don't know if you came with your car and you've not been informed. All parking had to be done at the back of the hall. No parking is allowed at the front. So please, all parking had to be done at the rear of this venue today. And then in case of fire emergency, please, like I said earlier, remain calm and we will all be attended to. Do not panic. Just take your time to understand where the emergency is actually coming from and we'll all be safe. Thank you very much and have a very great time here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Precious. So at this juncture, I want to invite the NSC representative, Engineer Ayotunde Ogunaike, to do the opening ceremony. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Permit me to recognize the president of the International Society of Soil Mechanical and Geotechnical Engineering, Engineer Dr. Mark Balus. Good morning. Also, I would like to recognize the Vice President, African ISSMG, Engineer Professor Marawan Sahil. Good morning. Also, our professor in the house, Engineer Professor Samuel Uchechukwu Ejeze. Good morning, sir. Permit me to recognize and acknowledge all the international delegates good morning, and also the young ones, and also past chairmen of this, our great division. You are all welcome. My name is Engineer Ayo Tunde Ogunoike, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. I'm a past chairman of this particular branch, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Lagos branch, and also a national ESCO member on asset management. I'm here to represent our president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of American Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Academic of Engineering, MFR, Singeri of Lafayette. He's sent his greetings, and I have his opening remark here. Opening remarks delivered by the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers at the African Young and Graduate Geotechnical Engineers Conference 2026, organized by the Nigerian Institution of Geotechnical Engineers, held today in Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I join you today as the chairman of this auspicious continental gathering, being the African Young and Graduate Technical Engineers Conference 2026. Commendation. I commend the Nigerian Institution of Geotechnical Engineers for convening this remarkable event, which has attracted eminent global participation spanning the highest level of government, industry, and academia. This impressive convergence of minds underscore the growing importance of geotechnical engineering in shaping sustainable development across our continent. The Nigerian Institution of Geotechnical Engineers has, over the time, built a strong reputation for championing initiatives to promote mentorship and capacity development among young engineers. Their commitment to nurturing the next generation of professionals is both commendable and essential. The role of government and stakeholders. I therefore call on government, industry stakeholders, and public-spirited individuals to lend their full support to the institution, enabling it to scale up these laudable efforts. This is crucial to ensuring that our future geotechnical engineers are well equipped to assume their rightful role in advancing professional and contributing meaningfully to national and continental development. The theme of this conference, which is innovation at best practices in geotechnical engineering for African development, is both timely and compelling. It speaks directly to the urgent need for content-driven solution that addresses African unique geotechnical challenges while embracing global best practices. I encourage the institution, both at the national and continental level, to continue flying the flag of capacity development and professional excellence for young engineers. Participants, To all participants, I urge you to engage actively in the session, exchange innovative ideas, offer technical insights, and collaborate openly. It is through such shared commitment that we can chart practical and sustainable solutions to the development challenges facing our continent. Appreciation. I also wish to warmly acknowledge our distinguished guest speaker. Your dedication, scholarship, and invaluable contribution to engineering practices are truly exemplary. We appreciate your continued service and pray for even greater accomplishment in your professional endeavor. On this note, I wish you all fruitful deliberation and a highly successful conference. Thank you for your attention. Engineer Ali Masuya Rabiu, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of the American Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Academic of Engineering, MFR Singeri Lafia, the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much. So this conference has been declared. So you can come and declare the conference open so that we'll be free to do whatever we want to do.
I hereby declare this conference open in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Amen. Please, a very big round of applause for him. Thank you very much. So, we wish to also welcome the following persons. Engineer Dr. Peter Olaleye Ogumbiade is the group chairman of AEC Group. Please, ushers, can you? He's one of the sponsors of this very program. You're welcome, sir. Okay. We also have in our midst one of our distinguished personalities. Excuse me. One of our distinguished personalities and the keynote speaker in this conference. No other person, a Nigerian, but has a British somehow. No other person than engineer Dr. Chris Menkiti. Please, hand of applause for him. Please, ushers. Thank you very much. So before we proceed to the next item, I want to invite the cultural troupe to just come small and then entertain our guests. Cultural troupe, please come around. The cultural group, please be fast.
Kẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣìṣe ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ èkú sómi ò ṣóun fomi mi ṣeré ṣóun fomi mi ṣeré ò ṣóun fomi mi ṣeré óyá òde rẹ̀ lámì rẹ̀ óyá òdèrè lámìrè ẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má sì ṣe ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ èkú sómi o tó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè ẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má sì ṣe ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré óyá òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè ẹlẹ́dà wa ó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣiṣẹ́ ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré óyá òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè kẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣiṣẹ́ ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi ṣó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré óyá òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè ẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣiṣẹ́ ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè ẹlẹ́dà wa kó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣiṣẹ́ ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi ṣó fomi mi ṣeré. Wó pé mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré òdèrè lámìrè bí ọlọ́gbọ̀n ìwẹ̀ fà òdèrè lámìrè kẹlẹ́dà wa ọba tẹ́rẹ̀rẹ̀ kárí ayé Elédùmarè tó dá wa sí dọjọ́ òní àjúbà rẹ̀ ìbá kọjá ayé ìbá ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run ọ̀gbàgbà tí ń gbà lára tó ń gbónílé bẹ́ẹ̀ ní gbàlejò òpà kan wò kan yè òjì kan lù kan pa ẹkùn ọkọ òkè a lè wí a lè ṣe a lè ṣe a lè wí ògbénu wúndí aṣọlá ògbénu adélébọ̀ fọwọ́n ní bàbá mi àgbàlagbà àtàyè rọ bí agogo àdètìlù kadà bí àjèrè onílé káyà káyò bàbá mi sọ pé òsì ńlé tí ń bẹ níyẹ̀wò bàbá mi sọ pé kò sí lóde tí ń bẹ ní gbàgede ẹni tó dá tèmi àti ẹ̀yin sí tó tún jẹ́ kájọjú ọdún òní kó ṣojú ẹ̀mí èmi àti ẹ̀yin ìbàrẹ̀ láwájú o àkọ́dá ayé mo ṣó fomi mi ṣeré o ṣó fomi mi ṣeré òdèrè lámìrè óyá òdèrè lámìrè kẹlẹ́dà wa ó ṣọ́ wa ò pèrègèdè káwa má ṣúṣe ká má fẹsẹ̀ kọ pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ikú sómi ṣó fomi mi ṣeré. Àwa mi là bọ́lódé ṣòde. Àwa mi là bọ́lódé ṣòde. Àwa mi là bọ́lódé ṣòde òde ire. Bọ́lódé ṣòde. Àwa mi là bọ́lódé ṣòde. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Kwetonu. Chukwama. Chukwama. Oyomana. Chukwama. Oyomana. Chukwama. Chobioma. Yenike Chibudo Chineke Oma Chobioma.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Chinemema Chinazame Pere Chidima Chinazanjo Chineyenike Chibudo Chineke Oma Chobioma.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the wonderful cultural team. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Someday. Obere someday. Obere someday. Obere someday. Obere someday. Obere someday. Ira.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please.
Good morning, ma. My name is Engineer Adeyemi Joseph, representing the President of Current, Nigeria. But before I continue, I would like to especially welcome the President, International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnics, Dr. Marx, for this occasion. You're welcome, sir. On behalf of current President, I will also like to welcome Professor Marawa, Vice President, Africa, to this program as well. I also want to welcome our own Professor Samuel for this particular program. You're welcome, sir. We also like to welcome on behalf of current, our own engineer Fadeyi Olaniyi, the chairman, Nigerian Institute of Geotechnical Engineer. And on behalf of current, I also want to welcome our own president, our own NSC president here, Engineer Ayo Ogunaik, fellow Nigerian Institute of Engineer. You're welcome. And I also want to welcome every other people that are present here that I can't remember their name that are here. You are welcome to this program. So the current president, Professor Sadiq Abubakar, has sent a goodwill message, which I would like to read for all of us. Goodwill message on the occasions of the Africa Young and Graduate Geotechnical Engineer Conference 2026. On behalf of the Council for the Regulations of Engineering in Nigeria, Current, it is with great pleasure and a deep sense of professional pride that I extend warm felicitation to the Nigerian Institute of Geotechnical Engineer and the organizer of the Africa Young and Graduate Geotechnical Engineering Conference taking place from 26th to 29th of April 2026 at NS Secretariat, Lagos. This occasion marks a significant step forward for the geotechnical engineering profession in Africa, not only in Nigeria. The gathering of young and graduate engineers from across the continent is a testament to our collective commitment to nurturing the next generations of technical experts who will undermine the structural integrity of our growing infrastructure. The themes of this conference, innovations and best practice in geotechnical engineering for Africa development, is both timely and essential. It underscores the critical role that geotechnical science plays in overcoming the unique environmental and soil challenges of our continent. By focusing on the innovation, we are ensuring that the foundation of Africa development are built on expert safety and sustainability. As a regulatory body for engineering practice in Nigeria, current remain steadfast in its mission to uphold the highest standards of professional competency. We recognize that futures of this profession lie in the hand of young engineers gathering here. It is through this forum that will bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical excellence, ensuring that our young professionals are globally competitive, yet locally relevant. I am confident that the technical session, panel sessions, and mentorship opportunity provided during this conference will inspire a new era of excellence. I urge all participants to seize the opportunity to network with distinguished assembly of global and African leaders present and to commit themselves to the ethics and rigorous practice of engineering. On behalf of the Council and the entire engineering community, I congratulate the leadership of NIC and the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering for putting together this continental gathering. I wish all participants a reward and impactful conferences. Please accept the assurance of my higher esteem and warm regard. Signed, Professor Sadiq Abaka, President, Council for Regulations of Engineering in Nigeria. You are welcome to this conference and have the best of time. Thank you.
Well, let me stand on the existing protocol while we take this honor to thank my president, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Ali Mosua Rabiu, FNSC, ably represented by Engineer Ayo Ogunaike, FNSC. You are welcome. And to my chairman of the Geotechnical Division, thank for organizing this event for us and for the young engineers. And to all our international community that are here, I welcome you boldly to Nigeria and to this event. Why? I bring the good tidings from the registrar for the regulation of Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Professor OAU, Uche. My name is Engineer Femi John Adedotun, FNSC, a member of Regional Steering Committee, current Regional Committee, Lagos, and former Chairman, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Ikeja Branch. Distinguished Chairman, President of Nigerian Institute of Geotechnical Engineers, esteemed delegates, our respected international guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greeting from the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, current. It is my honor to deliver this good message on behalf of the Registrar of Current, who, though unavoidably absent, has asked me to convey his deep appreciation for this invitation and his strong support for this noble gathering. Let me first commend the Nigerian Institute of Geotechnical Engineers for putting together the African Young and Graduate Geotechnical Engineer Conference 2026. The theme, Innovation and Best Practice in Geotechnical Engineering for Africa Development, is not only timely, but deeply relevant to our reality on the continent. Here in Africa, and particularly in Nigeria, we understand that the strength of any structure begins from the ground. Whether we are dealing with the lateritic soil of the southwest, the expansive clay of the north, or the challenging waterlogged terrains of the Niger Delta, one truth remains constant. If the foundation is faulty, the structure cannot stand. As we say locally, now from ground, everything takes start. Geotechnical engineering, therefore, is not a technical discipline. As you have, my geotechnical engineer have just said, geotechnical engineering, I think it combines all engineering field together. Talk about structure, talk about transport engineering, talk about mining, anything deal with earth, soil, clay, and rock. You can, that's the basic of we living on the earth. So the division of geotechnical engineering, this is their core area, and we depend solely on them for our surviving on earth. Yeah. It is the backbone of our development aspiration, from highway and rail line to housing and coastal protection. The work you do not directly impact the safety, resiliency, and prosperity of our people. Korea is particularly delighted that this conference focuses on young and graduate engineers. You are the one who will carry the mantle forward. In a rapid changing world, innovation must go hand in hand with integrity and professionalism. We encourage you to remain grounded, both in knowledge and in ethics. In our local parlance, no matter how high a tree grows, its strength still depends on its roots. To our international guests, we say a hearty welcome. In Nigeria, we believe that one hand cannot lift a heavy load. Your presence here today underscores the importance of collaboration and shared learning. Together, we can exchange ideas, adapt global best practices to local contexts, and build solutions that truly work for Africa. Korea remains committed to its mandates of ensuring standards, enforcing ethical practice, and promoting continuous professional development in engineering. We continue to support platforms like this that inspire innovation and strengthen capacity across the profession. As we engage in fruitful discussion over the course of this conference, may your deliberation lead to practical solutions that will stand the test of time. Solutions that will not only serve Africa today, but will endure for generations to come. On behalf of the Registrar of Koren, I wish you a successful, impactful, and memorable conference. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Registrar of Koren. Without wasting much time, I want to invite the ISMG VP Africa to do his welcome.
Good morning. Hello to all. Actually, I'm very happy and honored to be here among you all. I remember about 2 years ago, almost at the mid-time of my term as VP for Africa, and the Young Geotechnical Engineers Conference has no country to host. And actually, I approached the Nigerian Geotechnical Society, and they were so generous to offer that they were gonna host this conference, and I'm very pleased for that, because Nigeria, during this term, this has been like the 4th time to be in Nigeria during the past 4 years, and I feel like Nigeria like my second home, my second country. And in this conference, I think I would like to thank Professor Samuel Ajasi for his support, and Precious Osaji, the Secretary General of the Society, Engineer Sebastian Uzamalo, and actually Dr. Fadi Lawrence, the chair, the national chair of the Geotechnical Society in Nigeria. So I would like to welcome all the guests, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for their very hard work during preparing for this conference. And here's the time to basically get the reward that will have a very successful conference. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will enjoy the conference. You will have very fruitful discussions, and new people get more friends, okay? And well, please enjoy it. And I'd like to thank Professor or Dr. Mark Baluz and Yuri, Engineer Yuri, for their continuous support or for being so supportive for this conference in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our VP Africa. Yes, we also have in our midst here Engineer Tony George. You're very much welcome, sir. Please, a hand of applause for him, Engineer Tony George. Okay, I want to invite the leader of Young Member Presidential Group, Engineer Bridget Lokwe. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to take this advantage to thank the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Geotechnical Engineers and the executives for inviting me to this conference. I also like to appreciate and welcome our President, Dr. Mark Baluz, the Vice President, Professor Marawan, Julie Chaidu, and then the past President, Professor Samuel Ejezie. Thank you. Yes, and the VP-elect. Presentation. Yes, the presentation is a PowerPoint. Yes, I sent. Yeah. Okay. So my name is Bridget Nana Maloko, and then I'm wanting to use this section to tell everyone about the YMPG, what we do, and then how you can participate in our activities. Give me 5 minutes to organize the PowerPoint. Yes.
So while they prepare the slides, I want to tell you a little bit what is YMPG. Y means young. P means president. President. M means member, so presidential member, and G group. So in other words, they are representing the young engineers worldwide. And Bridget is not the chair, but she's representing that group from around the world. She's originally from Ghana, and she's a great engineer. If anybody wants to hire a great engineer.
Thank you very much.
Are the slides ready? You know why I'm standing here? So I feel young again.
What happened? Sorry. Yeah, I have it. But I sent this. Okay.
let's sort it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, please. She needs to sort out one or two things, please. But so after she'll come back for this session. So I now wish to invite the world number one geotechnical engineering engineer, Dr. Mark Baluz, to take the mic and do whatever. Thank you, Dr. Mark.
There's a slight correction. I'm not the word number one because it sounds like I'm the smartest. I'm not. I just represent geotechnically. It's a hard work. For those who know me 4 years ago, I didn't have so many lines here. So it's a lot of work. That's what I'm going to show you. Can we play the slides? ISS MGE slide. Yes. How can I go forward, backward? Do you have like, lovely. So Marwan, the vice president, that he feels it's his home. I don't feel it, it is. I love Nigeria. Friends, you think it's easy. It's not, especially with the limited budget. Casagrande, Buchanan, Proctor, Osterberg. So about 90 years ago, we started. We were 15 countries. Now I started 90 countries 4 years ago. So every country in red, thankfully Nigeria is in red, active country. We need to do a lot of work in Africa to color it in red, and Marwan is doing an amazing job. If you see, we added in 4 years, 4 countries, the Emirates and 3 in Africa. So now we're welcoming Kenya again, Uganda, and Cameroon. So 90 countries, and your list of presidents since 1936, I am president number 18. It's a big responsibility to keep the flambeau going. I will move forward by showing you the structure. And the upper green is a legislation, if you want, the council, all the 94 countries. And then the executive board with president, 6 vice presidents, 1 immediate past president, 3 appointed members, and the secretary general. So it's rare to find in the same conference 3 board members. So we have Yuli and Marwan. Thank you very much. Without you, stand up, please. All the achievements you will see, I had a say and, I pushed for it. But without this team, you cannot clap alone with one hand. Thank you, guys. I have to go back. Because around the board, the working horses are different board level committees. And I will show you what they do and what we've accomplished together. This is our last board meeting in Goa in India. So what are the activities we're doing worldwide? Let me start with the Secretariat. We changed Secretary General. After 24 years, we have a new Secretary General. So you're going to be receiving emails from this guy, Dr. Andrew McNamara. This was done 3 years ago. In ISS MGE Foundation, I want to stop here to encourage all the young engineers. Look it up, ISS MGE Foundation. You apply, you get funding to go to international conferences for free. And I am very happy and proud that we were able to sponsor all the students for this conference from ISS MGE. This is the HTC is a project It's a crazy project. We established a new website. It's really our electronic museum. All what we've done, accomplished in the past 100 years in this website in all languages. English is our main official language, but on the HTC website, you find all languages. And the physical time capsule is my idea since the 2009 that I finally was able to accomplish. What is physical time capsule? This glass cabinet, we're going to place in it items like books, the Casagrande machine for plastic limit, liquid limits, explanation, what we've been doing, some papers, key papers from key people, and we're going to lock it at the museum we are establishing for Terzaghi in Austria. It's going to be locked for 100 years. None of us will open it, but our grandchildren will open it and see how stupid we were. So it's a crazy idea. Let's see how this time capsule will take us. I don't want to spend too much time, but I'm excited. We also were able to organize GeoWeb. So now the International Society is registered with the United Nations Disaster Control. GeoWeb is Geoengineers Without Borders. As president, I pushed this idea, and it's now live. We have, it's at the image of Médecins Sans Frontières. Wherever there is a geodisaster, Sebastian, could you turn off the fan? It's, unless you get really, really hot, because it's a bit noisy. Yes. If you get hot, let me know. Don't get naked. So we have engineers, volunteers spread around the world. Anytime there is a geodisaster, we can go help, give support, show solidarity as one geotechnical family worldwide. In the new e-magazine, now you can flip on the phone the pages of the bulletin. You see what we're doing internationally, the activities worldwide, and it's now a super magazine. And I'm so happy that we were able to upgrade our old bulletin to this e-magazine. Now we're starting with the core of stuff. The core is the Publication Oversight Committee. You will not believe, especially the youth, how many papers for free you can access with our case histories journal. All engineers, actually, any subject you have in mind, any project you're facing, you can find papers in the case histories journal and online library, all for free. Free access, open access. So we have one journal, the virtual university, hundreds of seminars, lectures for free in our virtual university website. And recently, I'm so happy that we started the research journal committee. We're doing a new application, the bulletin with the PIC, Professional Image Committee. We did the bulletin, but we also launched the new pin. So if you see the pin, means this guy is on the board. You will see Marwan and Yuli with the pin. But also, we are launching the new tie. If you read in the middle, every 4 years, we have a tie for board members. Professor Samuel, could you please stand up? Because you're wearing the first tie of ISS. This is the... he was vice president for Africa. Again, Technical Oversight Committee. Geotechnical engineering is a specialty, but you know how many subspecialties you have? About 40. 40 subspecialties. I cannot be expert in landfills and earthquake engineering and foundations and dikes and finite element and education. I cannot be expert in all. If somebody tells you I'm an expert in everything, he's lying. Impossible. So we have 40 subspecialties, and the beauty of it, if you go there and you have a problem in one of those specialties, you click, you have a reference the chair of that technical committee. You can refer to him, and he will give you free advice. And I'm very happy that we are now launching 2 new technical committees. One is on biogeotechnics. It's the latest research with cementing the soil using bacteria. And that's one of them, but they have other stuff too. And although the second technical committee, space geotechnics. I'm sure you want to explore extraterrestrial soils and go to the moon, and not me, maybe you, the younger. Also we organize IITT sessions, free lectures. I bring together as a moderator young engineers and renowned engineers to talk about one subject. We're trying to cover all technical committees. So far, we did, I think, 32 or 33 lectures. You can find them online for free. They're part of the virtual university. I'm jumping to CAPG. These are the companies supporting us. If you are a company and you're not supporting us yet, I'm going to be very upset. But you can see, for example, RCF logo, IGM logo, which is my company, and the main platinum members. Thanks to them, we are still alive and running. The young member presidential group that represented by Bridget, you will take the podium after me. You know, always important people come later. So what do? They're all over the world, and I, as president, give them awards. The main awards is called Bright Spark Lecture Award. This is where we find smart people like you, Soha, and you become a BSL awardee, where we are really telling this young, talented engineer, you are at the level of giving a keynote lecture. And many other stuff, activities, actually. We are part of FIDIX, so Geotechnical also is part of Federation of Geoengineers International. So geologists, if you're a geologist, rock mechanics, geosynthetics, we are all one big family under FIDIX. And we're organizing a mega conference in 2030. I'm so grateful to have this team. Please memorize issmg.org. Now, I want to tell you we did beautiful videos. I don't know if we will have time, Sebastian, to play one of the videos later. And now, quickly, what I've been doing in 4 years. I was busy. Just for ISSMGE, I've been to 49 different countries. I toured the world 4 times, really literally around the world. And I've been attending 318 activities and events, including at the bottom, the AY, this conference, AY GEC, which I love, actually. I'm so happy to be here. And that's why I became older. Look up the next events. Now we have interactive map on the website. If you want to attend an event, especially the young engineers, you can go for free. So remember, you apply to the foundation and you look at the map. Where do you want to go? You apply and we'll take you there. And you will meet one of us maybe again. So this is the event. And this is the last event in Austria next month, where I will no longer be president, unfortunately. But I will still be around, don't worry. Connect with me on LinkedIn. During this presentation, I have one equation to show you, so it's not technical, except this equation. It's the fundamental geotechnical equation. Memorize it. And it states, to understand soil better, you have to dig deep. To understand love better, you also have to dig deep. So soil equal love, and I love this profession. Thank you very much. Stay connected with your international family. And now I want to jump to the special session. Why is it special? You will see why. The International Lifetime Achievement Medal is the most prestigious annual award. I'm getting goosebumps. I started it hesitating at the beginning, and I was inspired by my father, who was an engineer since 1954. He is here in the mountains of Lebanon. Difficult terrain to put water distribution line. He invented this crane. He removed the engine from his car and connected it to this crane to build in one of the most difficult valleys. Am I late? What time? You want to? Yes, yes. In a little bit. Yes. So my father, who is actually still alive, my best friend, he's 97 years old. I was sitting next to him, civil engineer. So I was sitting next to him, and he's watching TV, barely can see the TV, and the phone next to him not ringing. And I said, I'm president now. And my father, who was a reference in Lebanon, his phone never stopped ringing. But with time, the ringing was slowing down. I said, I have to do something. Maybe not for him, but for all those who gave their life to the profession, and now they're leaving their legacy behind as legends of civil engineering, and as geotech, I said geolegends. So for me, geolegends have to get a medal. It started in 2023 with these awardees. So 2023, 2024, they got medals. Professor Yamlokovsky is the guy who repaired the Leaning Tower of Pisa. He died one day before knowing he got the medal. And he was my very close friend. I have stories with him, amazing stories. I will continue from Australia. Professor Haripoulos, the designer of the highest tower in the world, foundation system, Burj Khalifa, one of the consultants. Professor Neil Taylor.
Please, all fellows of NIG should accompany him as he comes to receive his medal.
It should be on national TV,
All
actually.
fellows, please. All fellows of NIG.
Fellows of the Nigerian Geotechnical Society. Yeah, so Professor Ijezi, why is he getting it? Because he's a nice guy. Yeah, professor from Port Harcourt University, very humble. He led ISS MGE Africa from 2009 to 2013. I was on the board level committee of the professional image committee, and I interacted with him, and I loved him. That's why I'm giving him the medal now. No, he deserves it. What do you think, Marwan? He deserves it? We are very happy. I like the dancers. I dance with them. I took more time than necessary, but they are, they ruined the schedule, but they repaired the spirit and the ambiance of the conference. I'm a good dancer, by the way. I didn't show you everything, but it was a warm-up. It was a warm-up. Bridget knows. So when I was at the conference in Ghana, what year was it? I was on the PIC. 2008? 2010? 13? 16? Oh, I was a board member. Wow. And in Kumasi conference. And my lecture was the last day. But the day before, there was the dinner and then dancing. And nobody knew I'm a lecturer. So I was dancing with them. And the next day, it was my first lecture. Said, oh, you? So remember? I will never forget. Oh, Professor Samuel Ijezi. I have to tell you, I don't know if there is a camera to show. This is the Elam medal is a solid gold, pretty big medal. So if you are with the mafia, you can wait for him outside. Look at this beauty. I'm not talking about the medal, you. Been applying. Because you don't know him, you will know him. This guy helps everyone. He fights all the time. Need a picture, Yuli and Marwan. Put down music. I think one picture like this, and everybody should come because it's memorable. I invite everyone. Yes. Can you help me move this? Professor Ijezi, you are among your family members, the close one and the professional ones. And I like to invite everyone, actually. This is quickly, let's take a group picture, all of us. Yeah, I don't want to see people watching me. I want people to talk to me. Yes. Everybody, young, beautiful ladies, you'll make the picture better. Come. Yeah, you should be next to them. Yes. Yes. Chris, come next to me. This is a sign of we are all one family. All of you, all of you. Yes, yes, yes. Young, beautiful ladies, come in the front. You are engineers, all of you? That's the future. They tell you the future. Come here. Next. Front row. Yes. 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 You can spread, the camera will take, yes. The boys in green are students, engineers. Come. We love you, Prof. Sorry it took some time. It's emotional. I promise to go fast with my lecture. Sebastian, it was good. I love you.
See, I have one small personal gift.
Should I keep going with the lecture? Yeah, I will give you this. So, not to waste too much time. More pictures. Priority. There are priorities. This is work. I don't need this. Yuli, thank you. You were the first one to vote, Yuli. You were the first one to vote for Professor Ijezi French. She's the first one. Yes, move around. So let's play the presentation. I need to drink. Yes, so... Yes. Now, this is my keynote lecture. This lecture emanates from about 40 years of experience in the geotechnical profession. I made it geared towards students because this is a young conference. I hope you all enjoy it. I'm going to start by telling you this, it will be in 4 chapters. And the first Buchanan lecturer, I was a student at the time when Ralph Peck was the first Buchanan lecturer. I'm lecturer number 30. So this was in 1994, and I was lecturer of Buchanan Lecture 2023. Is an award, basically. I will start by telling you about the philosophy of geotechnical engineering, which are things you should not forget or you should not do. I will start with the units. You will not believe how many times we have problems because of the units. Can you believe that in America they still use pounds? And instead of millimeter and kilonewton, we still use satellite. And you will not believe what was the problem. Satellite. And you will not believe what was the problem between shifting from a software developer in Europe. He gave it to the operation in Florida, and they didn't notice. That's the worst part. Everyone was amazed we didn't catch it, Richard Cook said. There is another YouTube video. I invite you to watch it. It's about flight 143 Canada Airline. 143 Canada Airline. There was a mistake filling up with gas, and the captain was, Captain Pearson was a hero, managing to glide it to safety, really emergency landing. And it's a beautiful YouTube documentary. You should watch it, so be very careful with units. I will jump to intuition. Never ever reply on any site or any project using intuition. Intuition will lead to disaster. Should always rely on calculations, science. So take this example. If I take a rope and throw it around the world, you get the perimeter of the earth. That's the red line. Now you take that same rope, you make it 6 meters longer, so from here to the window. You spread it equally around the ground, around the earth. That's the green line. And I'm asking you, how high, 6 meters long around the earth, how high will it go up above the ground? Intuition, I'm sure many of you are going to say negligible. But the simplest math we learn in elementary school or middle school probably. 2 pi r, I want delta r, and the rope will rise 1 meter above the ground. And it took 1 second to, so don't answer. Go home, say, I'll check it, and come back with the solution. Another problem is the paper. If you fold the paper 50 times, so if you take a piece of paper from this and you start folding it 50 times, how thick will it be? 10 centimeters, 1 meter, 10 meters. Many of you will say maybe 10 centimeter. But if you do the math, 0.2 millimeter thickness of the paper times 2 to the power 50, you will reach way beyond the moon. It's the average distance between moon and Mars, actually. So if you want to go out of space, you can start folding paper. Solje is the C part of my philosophy. It's a word I invented to myself, and now I'm preaching it. Always collect the data before answering. Karim and Grady know that because I work with RCF a lot. I tell, don't send me any question before you send me soil, loads, geometry, and history. What did the neighbor do? Is there any failure nearby? That's history. Sometimes history is more important. Did they build a similar port? Did they got the fertilizer before us? Let's learn from them. We take this data and make it better, for example, if you remember. And always, always visit the site. Where is Dr. Peter? He knows that. I tell him, he sends me projects in Nigeria. I say, I will not answer. I'm going to come to Nigeria, visit the site. Once you see it, totally different. And then you start thinking, what's the mode of failure? What is applicable theory? What software to use? Don't jump to Plaxis immediately. Big mistake. The triangular that Morgenstern talks about, the stables tool. Safety first, cost and functionality. What does it mean? Anybody can build a bridge. Anybody. But it will either fall or cost too much. That's why you need engineers that can balance between safety, functionality, and cost. In other words, what I'm telling you is do sophisticated thinking prior to sophisticated calculations. Use as much data as possible. Collect different methods, different software, and all the technologies available. We reached 3D finite element modeling, BIM, building information modeling, and digital twins. Use them. 3D visualization, especially for geologists. Drones for mapping and remote sensing, and AI technologies. Use them. I'm not saying no. But after you think, collect data for your engineering mind. and never ever forget our ancestors. These are equations that changed our life. I have two equations that changed my engineering life, and I need to drink. So I'm preaching also live engineering every day. So you can check, for example, the centrifugal force with your glass. You can check, let me see. So some people use the fork to eat. Ariel and the Little Mermaid used it to comb her hair. I use it to straighten my pockets in my. But also, you can check if the theory of the six equilibrium equation works. Give me some time. What do you do when you fail? How many times? Depends on Sebastian how much time he gives you. Young engineers. I'll make it work. Give me some time.
Please take your time. No problem. We're not in a hurry.
I told you it will work. So now you can see sum of moments, sum of forces around 1 point are all equal to 0, 6 equilibrium. You can check it as you're eating. You can do this magic at the table. What do you do when there is a failure? Sebastian did a mistake. You should not go and clean the landslide. After you have a landslide, you keep it because it's in a stable position and you think to solve it. I will keep going. This is combining friction, centrifugal force, and the statement of the more engineering in life you put, the more fun life will be. The last part of the philosophy, now we're starting some engineering problems. Remember Solje? So looking at these two people walking on sand, we can, assume soil is 0 cohesion, sand 30 degrees, the load for a female, load for the male, the geometry of the footing. Footing comes from the foot, female, smaller feet. And then the pressure, look at that. The female has stronger pressures. So that's why they put so much pressure on men. And history. Where is history here? It's right there behind them. Looking at history, you can detect that settlement is related to stress, not the load. And we keep going with the most famous equation, Terzaghis equation. Simplify it. Cohesion 0, 0 settlement. So Q is 0, and 1/2 gamma B and gamma, and you end up with an ultimate capacity on this sand by the beach equal to 0.1 kilogram per centimeter square. Going back to the previous slides, the pressure actually acting on the sand for both male and female, they're very close, 0.3 kilogram per centimeter square. So is this a failure? Yes, it is. Why? Because if the structural engineer tells you, I don't want to see any deformation, then there is a failure. There is deformation. But geotechnical engineering is not like this. Geotech, we accept a little bit of deformation and redesign, especially in sand. The more you push sand, the more it's confined. And you now refine your design. If you add, watch where they're walking. They're walking in partially saturated sand. So there is some apparent cohesion, which is a 0.08. But look how much effect it's giving. From 0.1 kilogram, it jumped to 0.44. That's why when you go to the sandy beach, you don't want to walk in the totally wet underwater, and you don't want to walk in the super dry. You get tired. You walk in between. And if you're driving, that's where you're driving. In the partially saturated. That's the sand you use to build sand castles. So concept of sensitivity analysis is where you play with the cohesion to see how sensitive it is. That's why your peers and professors tell you, take C to 0 always. Don't mess with it. Let's not take risks. And they are right, unless it is a temporary structure. And if I ask you, what if you could walk on dry sand, how deep will you sink? Then this is the concept of reverse analysis. Let's put S, the settlement, as a variable, and you detect that it's 5 centimeters. You're pretty close. Using theory, always go back to theory. Now, if I say you are buried to the knees, the theory of micropiles, and I want to ask the question, if the SPT is close to 8, so you have about friction 2 tons per square meter, perimeter, the question is, what is the force needed to pull you out of your misery? Many people will say, I'll call a couple of friends. But if you put the theory together, and I want to tell you a story of my dad, very sad story. There was a failure in a trench. There was no cell phones. He said, okay, I'm coming to office phone. By the time he reached the site in 1 hour, one of the excavator operator saw his brother half buried. So he tied a rope behind him and pulled him out with the excavator. And if you do the math, it takes 700 kilograms to pull you out of just up to the knees. Unbelievable. And it's not proportional. The deeper you are, the higher the force, faster. And if you see here, so the guy killed his brother, actually. That's a very sad story. Here is in Boston, trench failure. You see professionals clearing below the knees and using a special harness to save the guy. Now I'm jumping to case histories. I chose 3 projects.
You're very much welcome, ma. Thank you. I now invite the young member presidential group leader, engineer Bridget Lokwe. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes to the podium. Okay, this.
Finally, I can do my presentation. All protocols duly preserved. And my name is Bridget Nana Maloko, as I mentioned earlier. I'm a core team member of the YMPG, and I represent Africa region. So my mission here is to tell you what YMPG is, who we are, and what we do, and how you can participate in our activities and how you can benefit from us. So our mission is generally to enable knowledge sharing. We are also supposed to connect the young members, young geotechnical professionals, and then we are the link between the young members and the ISSMG. We have a network of liaisons. Our liaisons are our connections with the member societies. So each member society is supposed to have a young geotechnical section where we can connect with them. You can see from up here that out of the 90 ISSMG member society, we have 59 confirmed liaisons. So there's a gap. And then the gap is because all the young geotechnical professionals are at different stages. So the ISSMG member societies, some do not have the young sessions or the young group, and then some have not just been able to confirm their liaisons. So what activities and what resources do we have? We have the Bright Spark lecture, the ISSMG interactive technical talks, the Heritage Time Capsule, the ISSMG Foundation, we have the educational section, YMPG News, and then the ISSMG Bulletin. The Bright Spark lecture, as Dr. Mark mentioned, is to showcase our bright and smart young geotechnical professionals. The ISSMG interactive talks, the senior professionals. So there's a section, so we collect information from the past, things that have happened, and we allow young geotechnical members to do a discovery report on histories in geotechnical engineering. The ISSMG Foundation helps you to go for conferences. So we fund conferences and then we fund research. All you have to do is to apply. There's an educational session where you are able to go on our website, the ISSMG website, and then we have the virtual universities, we have lectures, which you can benefit and learn from. The YMPG News and the ISSMG Bulletin gives you opportunities to show the world what events you are organizing, and then, yes, so this one should be shared with us. We would post it in our YMPG News and then also post it in the bulletin. It's just to showcase what the young geotechnical professionals are doing. Stay in touch with us. You can connect with us on LinkedIn, ISSMG website, and on GeoWorld. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to. If you want to. Exactly, and prettier. Exactly, and prettier. Yeah, so here's the team. These pictures were taken from our last conference in China. Here's the team. These pictures were taken from our last conference in China, where we met with the ISSMG board and then our team up there. So we have Judy, Jiro, Tong, Ashi, Max, and I. We connect the world. We're just a core team member, but then we just represent all young geotechnical professionals. So you can connect with us. Ashi is our chair, and he sits on the board, and he connects us directly with the ISSMG. So the message from the team. Currently in Africa, we have liaisons in just 6 countries. We would want to expand that. So we're using this opportunity to request for your help to expand it. If you know any member society that doesn't have a young geotechnical group, all those present here, please nominate someone, select someone, and we can contact them to get them on our liaisons network. There's a video from the team that I want to share. Play the video.
Go back. Can you play the video on the last slide, please?
Yes, we'll play that later. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Engineer Bridget Lokwe. I want to recognize the presence of the representative of Engineer Ajadi Semiu, the National Chairman of Nigerian Institute of Water Engineers. He is represented by Engineer Joshua Sanga. Engineer Joshua Sanga, you're very much welcome. Thank you. So, okay, please, we want to go for a small tea break because we are going to go that in batches. We'll start from this first row. We'll go upstairs for small coffee so that we'll be going in batches until we are done. We have just a few minutes to do this. As we come back, we'll start the technical sessions. So please, front row, please. Before then, the picture, Dr. Mark, before you go, please, he would like to take a picture with you so that that will be a testimony that he has come to do the representation. Thank you. Picture man, photographer, please come around and take the picture. Thank you. Other members can actually start going, especially people are from this front row. First two rows can start going upstairs for the tea break. Thank you. Prof. Tea break. Just a few minutes. Where are the people who have joined? We have sent the link to the national platform. So please, yes. This is
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, if you are here, you are making a technical presentation today, please, and you've not shared your PowerPoint presentation with us, kindly do so now, or proceed to the technical desk to share your PowerPoint presentation with them. You're making a presentation in this conference, whether today or tomorrow, and we still do not have your PowerPoint presentation. Kindly do so now and by sharing with us. Thank you.
distinguished colleagues, the time for the tea break is already over. We are all expected to come down to the hall for the next activities, please. We are supposed to kickstart this by 12:35, but it's already 12:37, so we're already behind schedule. So while they play, then we can wait for people to arrive. I'll give it to them. We are all expected to come down, please, for the rest of the activities of the day. Please, distinguished colleagues, come down, please, for the technical sessions and the rest of the activities that have been earmarked for today. Thank you. Okay, while we wait for our members to come down, please, could you just play the YMPG's video? Thank you. The YMPG, this video, please. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, the tea break is over. Is it possible to play the video now? It's not possible to play the video. It's not possible?
The videos are precious and she has not sent it. And
Yeah, you see the problem.
they don't want me to give it to them directly.
See, and Precious is up. Let me. Okay, give it to me, I'll give it to them. We have video.
Everybody, it's time to listen to some technical sessions. Everybody who's upstairs, it's not lunchtime yet. Join us here. Weehaw! Yeah?
Hello, kia ora.
Hello, friends.
大家好 ，I'm Tom。
大家好 I'm Jilu.
Hola.
And we are the core committee members of the ISSS MGE YMPG for 2024 through to 2026. As part of this, we're opening up a new initiative talking about YGP News. We're keen to hear from you. We're keen to hear from the societies, the young members in the societies, what you're up to, what's been happening, so we can share it with the rest of the world. There's 90 member societies within the ISSS MGE, and I'm sure there's many societies who don't know what you and your young members in your society are up to. So we're looking forward to getting some submissions, videos, articles, whatever you like. It would be great to get something short and snappy through from yourselves so we can share it with everyone else. But we're really looking forward to hearing from yourselves and sharing your great work and great news with everyone else.
Hello, kia ora.
Hello, friends.
大家好，I'm Tom。
大家好 I'm Jilu.
Hola. And we are the core committee members of the ISSS MGE YMPG for 2024 through to 2026. As part of this, we're opening up a new initiative talking about YGP News. We're keen to hear from you. We're keen to hear from the societies, the young members in the societies, what you're up to, what's been happening, so we can share it with the rest of the world. There's 90 member societies within the ISSS MGE, and I'm sure there's many societies who don't know what you and your young members in your society are up to. So we're looking forward to getting some submissions, videos, articles, whatever you like. It would be great to get something short and snappy through from yourselves so we can share it with everyone else. But we're really looking forward to hearing from yourselves and sharing your great work and great news with everyone else.
Hello, kia ora.
Hello, friends.
大家好，I'm Tom。
大家好，I'm Jiru.
Hola. And we are the core committee members of the ISSS MGE YMPG for 2024 through to 2026. As part of this, we're opening up a new initiative talking about why the GP news. We're keen to hear from you. We're keen to hear from the societies, the young members in the societies, what you're up to, what's been happening, so we can share it with the rest of the world. There's 90 member societies within the ISS MGE, and I'm sure there's many, many societies who don't know what you and your young members in your society are up to. So we're looking forward to getting some submissions, videos, articles, whatever you like. It would be great to get something short and snappy through from yourselves so we can share it with everyone else. But we're really looking forward to hearing from yourselves and sharing your great work and great news with everyone else.
Hello, kia ora.
Hello, friends.
大家好，I'm Tom。
大家好，I'm Jiru.
Hola. And we are the core committee members of the ISSS MGE YMPG for 2024 through to 2026. As part of this, we're opening up a new initiative talking about why the GP news. We're keen to hear from you. We're keen to hear from the societies, the young members in the societies, what you're up to, what's been happening, so we can share it with the rest of the world. There's 90 member societies within the ISS MGE, and I'm sure there's
Okay, thank you very much for the video.
Your young members in your society are up
We
to.
can stop the video now.
Getting some submissions, videos.
I want to enter the
articles,
next session.
Whatever you like, it would be great.
Want to enter the next session, which is very, very important to this program, and that is the technical session. And so, to moderate this session will be Associate Professor Akim Amuda. Please, a round of applause for him. He's still loading one or two things with these guys, so we'll give him just few seconds to be able to join, to be able to come here and moderate this session. You know, this technical session is very key to this program. And so, some of us who are still up, please, could you please come down? Could you please come down and join in this program? And the noise upstairs is becoming much. Please reduce the noise and then come down and come and join the very important session in this program. So, thank you. Any moment from now, Engineer Dr. Akim Amuda will take the stage. Just few seconds. But before then, please give us more musical interlude, if you have. Thank you.
Yes, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Akim Amuda, and I'll be the one chairing this particular technical session. Yeah, I was corrected to add associate professor to my name. Yeah. Yeah, please, those ones that are ready, paper 3, 4, paper 5, 8, 9, and 21. Paper 2, 1 and 2. I think paper 2 will be presented online if it's connected, Abu Sida. And paper 1 is Tejumola. We are still expecting the student. Now, before I start calling the presenters, you only have about 7 minutes for your presentation. 7 minutes for your presentation. And you do a proper introduction of yourself. You don't really need to acknowledge anyone much. Yeah, just go ahead to present your work. After that, there will be a question and answer session. Maybe we'll allow 1 or 2 questions. Yes. Yes. You don't need to argue. There are professionals here seated. Their suggestions are very important and is going to guide you through. So please get dams in semi-arid parts of Abuja, and that will be by Benjamin Igbadu, paper 21.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Benjamin Igbadu by name, and I will be making a presentation on the geotechnical assessment for siting and design of small earth dams in semi-arid parts of the FCT, that is Abuja, and 3 locations within the FCT have been chosen. These locations are the Anagada area, a sub-up part of Abuja, under the Gwagwalada axis, the Kuje and Koba settlements in the FCT. Okay. In some parts of Nigeria, predominantly the northern part of Nigeria and the north central part of Nigeria precisely, water scarcity is an issue, just as it is a global issue. In the northern part of Nigeria, water scarcity is an issue, and this
People upstairs, please. I know you're helping us, but you will help us more if you let us listen, because we traveled all the way from across the globe. So you either come down, be with us, love us, and we love you, or don't talk too much, but we'll still love you. better like that.
Okay. Okay.
Relax.
All right.
Go fast, a little bit faster.
Okay. Okay, so like I was saying, water scarcity is a global challenge. It is a global challenge, and it is predominant in the northern part of Nigeria where there's seasonal rainfall. And the use of small earth dams, the use of earth dams, embankment dams, is a viable solution to the issue of water scarcity, addressing the issue of water scarcity. But while this is a solution, we have experienced the challenge of failure of dams, failure of embankment dams, that's the earth dams, due to improper, or I would say little geotechnical investigations. What is the implication of this? The construction and long-term performance of small earth dams depend significantly on geotechnical factors, particularly soil properties, hydrological conditions, and design considerations. We are going to merge all three of them for the scope of this work to find a solution, a lasting solution. Because small earth dams, like we know, it offers a solution to water scarcity, and a proper investigation when done. Dam in Kano, these are failed dams. They were collapsed and abandoned. These are little embankments that collapsed and then were abandoned as a result of a lack of detailed soil analysis to determine suitability for embankment and cause, and limited understanding of hydrological catchments, leading to under or over designed reservoirs, catchment properties like rainfall and runoff, then the absence of standardized design considerations tailored to semi-arid regions. The area of my study, to serve as a benchmark for further geotechnical analysis in other parts of the northern Nigeria. This is a map of Nigeria, and you can see the area. You can see Abuja on the location on the map. The area analyzed the hydrological potential to evaluate the geotechnical properties of soils in these locations, then to use the soil and hydrological information to design small earth dams in semi-arid regions of the FCT. The scope of my study is limited. It is limited, and we have not put in place cost analysis and things like that. This is based purely on soil analysis, hydrological analysis, and then dam design. I developed an integrated geotechnical and hydrological model to do this. So the geotechnical tests, I did some soil tests at the various locations I mentioned, the Anagada area, the Kubwa, and the Kuje area. I did some tests such as the permeability test, the shear strength test, the compaction test that gave me variables such as the cohesion, frictional angle, the OMC, and so on. This is the rainfall data that I obtained from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency that shows the rainfall progression from 2020 to 2025, and then a summary of the hydrological catchment analysis. Okay. We have looked at runoff potential, flood risk. We have looked at infiltration capacity and rainfall. Now, these are some of the findings. The geotechnical and hydrological interactions. The combination of soil permeability and low vegetation cover accelerates overland flow, which increases erosion rates and stream sediments. We move very fast. This is a section of the design dam design for Anagada. This is the section of the Kubwa Dam design. That was the section for the Kuje Dam design. This is an integrated comparison of all three locations. These are the soil types we found in each of them. That was the permeability coefficient. That was the slope stability, seepage control, and so on for each of the three locations. Then we did an AHP GIS framework for these locations, showing the areas of very high suitability, moderate suitability, and least suitable areas for dam design based on hydrological analysis, geotechnical analysis, sociocultural analysis. Also, the AHP is the analytical hierarchical process to rank the area best suited for for the construction of dams, small earth dams. The practical insights from this research are critical for dam design. Recommendations on slope stability, which is very important for embankments, seepage, erosion resistance, and so on. Then the summary of this is a combination of increasing rainfall intensity and variable soil permeability has significant implications for urban planning, flood management, and agricultural land use in the FCT. In conclusion, this study confirms that hydrological response is not controlled by rainfall magnitude alone, but by the complex interaction between soil fabric and climatic inputs. Hence, rainfall of similar intensity produces markedly different effects depending on soil.
Okay, thank you. You can go.
Into the curve distribution. Into the curve distribution.
Okay, well, the 5-year data is just for rainfall. We are trying to see the progression of rainfall from between 2020 to 2025. So we obtained rainfall data from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency to capture either the increase or the decrease in the rainfall rate in these locations. Thank you.
So I will suggest next time you apply for 30 years rainfall data and the IDFs. So can you use your rainfall data to perform or to get your what do we call your hydrograph? That will help your inflow, reservoir, and outflow flow routing. And then with IDF, it's okay for you now to start determining your discharge capacity for whatever reservoir and then your spillway. Thank you. 30 years minimum will be okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, the next presenter is AA Tejumola, paper 1. Effects of potassium permanganate on the direct shear strength and permeability of Niger State termite hill soil. Tejumola, paper 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aramide Atoki Tejumola from Afe Babalola University, and I am presenting my research titled The Effects of Potassium Permanganate on the Direct Shear Strength and Permeability of Niger State Termite Hill Soil. Sorry, next slide. I'll be walking you through the introduction, the aim and objectives of my study, the methodology, results, summary of findings, and recommendations. Potassium permanganate is a strong oxidizing agent that has been used widely in the remedial activity of the termites or the ants that have built the termite mounds. This is a typical example of a termite mound. This is actually the one in Niger State where the samples were collected for this research. The aim of this research was to study the effects of potassium permanganate on the direct shear strength and permeability of soil, of termite hill soil from Niger State. The objectives include to determine the index properties of the soil, determine the strength properties, and then to determine the effects of potassium permanganate using varying percentages of potassium permanganate to just study the behavior at different percentages. 2, 5, and 10% of potassium permanganate were used for this study. The methodology is just the soil was obtained from a village in Niger State known as Mokwa. Mokwa is a region in Niger State that is known to have abundant termite hill soils. The height of the soil of the termite hill that the soil was collected from was about 8 feet, and then the methodology included the following tests: so the specific gravity, the grain size analysis, moisture content, compaction, direct shear, and permeability test. The falling head permeability test was adopted in this study, and these are some of the machines and apparatus that were used for these tests. These are just some more. That's the standard Proctor mold that was used for the compaction. And then these are some of the results from the study. From these results, you can see that the natural moisture content of the soil was 16.9%. And as the potassium permanganate increased, the percentage passing through the number 200C reduced, as well as the specific gravity. The maximum dry density also reduced with increasing percentage of potassium permanganate. The optimum moisture content also reduced. The direct shear strength, the shear strength reduced, as well as the cohesion. The angle of internal friction also consistently reduced, while the permeability increased. These graphs just show the relationship between the effects of potassium permanganate and the specific gravity. The specific gravity dropped from 2.63 in its natural state to 2.22 at 10% by weight of potassium permanganate. The shear strength, it dropped at 300 kilonewton per meter square. The shear strength dropped from 466 to 249, which is almost a 50% reduction in the shear strength. And then the cohesion also reduces from 185 kilonewton per meter square to 90 kilonewton per meter square at 10% potassium permanganate. The friction angle also consistently reduced, as well as the percentage of fines found in this soil. This is a graph of the compaction from 0% to 10% of potassium permanganate, and we can see that the maximum dry density as well as the optimum moisture content consistently reduced. And then here, this is just the graph of the maximum dry density and then the optimum moisture content, and this is the relationship between the permeability and the potassium permanganate. This is just a summary of my findings for this research. Is all the things I've just iterated, and then the recommendation found that the study found that the potassium permanganate significantly degrades the geotechnical properties of Niger State termite hill soil. Although it is effective in the remediation of the soils that have been contaminated, it reduces the shear strength and compaction characteristics of the soil. Therefore, it is not recommended to be used alone for soil stabilization. Other soil stabilization methods can be adopted, but research would have to be done on that. These are some of the references of the papers that were used in this study. And thank you.
That's a very wonderful presentation. Questions? Okay.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the decrease in strength with the increase in percentage? Because I was expecting an uphill curve. Can you explain the downhill? Go back to that slide. This one. Go back. One. Go back. Go back. Yes, this one. No. One more. Two more. Sorry. This one. Yes. Cohesion decreases. Can you explain why?
Yes. You can use that. This.
During the testing, yes, I think it is good.
Yes.
Okay. During the testing process, when the potassium permanganate was added to the soil, I think that it has broken down the forces of attraction between the soil particles, hereby making the soil. Termites they built the mound. Essentially, the soil was extracted from a mound that was built by termites, by the activity of termites, like an anthill, essentially. So the soil was extracted from the anthill and was taken to the lab for testing.
Yes,
into the lab for testing.
Yes, the explanation of that
solution to increase the mechanical properties. So, recent studies underscore the effectiveness of OPC, ordinary Portland cement, as a dominant stabilizer, which interacts with soil in microstructural level to increase compressible strength and reduce plasticity. So, introduction. For the purpose of reducing the carbon footprint during highway construction, also the use of POFA is a means of waste valorization because it's produced in community that produce palm oil, which is a waste in these communities. So the problem statement, the empirical evidence suggests that some untreated lateral soil also exhibit low shear strength and plasticity, high plasticity. The urgent need for the effective stabilization method becomes critical, as failure to improve this may lead to structural failure and increased maintenance cost. Previous studies underscored the necessity for alternative material like POFA, which is what we are using, to enhance the mechanical properties. So the aim and objective of this is to classify the soil, which is not good enough for construction, and to characterize POFA used for the test. To carry out geotechnical tests using different proportion of POFA and OPC on the laterite, which is the soil. To analyze effects of different proportion of POFA and determine the optimal mixing ratio of POFA and OPC. To assess economical implication of using POFA as a stabilizer compared to conventional OPC, which is what we use normally. So the material used was the lateritic soil, the palm oil floor ash, the ordinary Portland cement, and water. So we have a mixed ratio of when we use ordinary, which is the natural soil, when we use normal lateritic soil. So it was carried out in different proportion using certain percentage of POFA. We use POFA to test the soil, starting from 2%, 3%, up to 10%. So at M6, which is the ratio, and we used OPC, ordinary Portland cement alone, different percentage was also carried out. But the aim was to use so the performance when it is soaked, meaning when it is saturated, and also when it is unsoaked, when it is dry. So the determination of optimal mixing ratio was based on combination evaluation of soaked and unsoaked results against AASHTO performance threshold. Mixes of M12 to M14 met and exceed the minimal requirement for the stabilized sub-base material. Although M15 recorded the highest strength value, the incremental strength gain relative to M14 is marginal when compared to additional stabilization content required. Therefore, both technical and economical perspective, mixes of M14 and M13 considered optimal for practical field application. OPC is associated with high production cost, significant carbon emission, while POFA is an agricultural waste that is locally available and inexpensive. The incorporation of POFA reduces the overall cement content required for stabilization, resulting in cost saving and environmental benefit. So the palm oil flour, which is the POFA, is technically viable, economically beneficial, and environmentally sustainable supplement stabilizers when compared to the ordinary OPC for improvement of lateritic soil. The study demonstrates the agricultural waste material, such as POFA, can be successfully integrated into geotechnical engineering practice without compromising performance, while offering cost and sustainability benefits. So the recommendation for engineering practice was POFA should be adopted as supplement stabilizer along OPC for lateritic soil stabilization in road and foundation works in Nigeria. A mixed ratio of 12 to 14 were recommended. Design engineers should ensure stabilized soil mixture satisfied requirements. Adequate curing period of...
are not problem soil. They are exercise soil, that is all of a 3 meter. Now, you have mentioned Prime Minister of Works, specifications, and then you are looking at a sub-base. After the addition of the palm, whatever hash, I would have expected you to tell us that's CBR values from Prime Minister of Work specifications, which is saying for sub-base, you should be having a CBR of 35%. CBR of 35% for sub-base and minimum of 80% for base cost. Now, by the stabilizations, and you are still having it at that level of a sub-base, it looks somehow. I wouldn't know, where is your case study in the country? Where did you pick your lateritic sample? Yes, Niger State have a good laterite. Southwest has, Northwest has. Yes, when you get to Northeast, towards some areas in Gombe, going to Biu. When you get to Boronu, towards Gamborungala, New Marte, you'll be having black cotton soil. Those are active clay soil. That is montmorillonite clay minerals. Then you'll be talking of expansive in that case. So that's, though it has its own advantage too, that's what we use for, or what do we use for our bentonite. Even the black cotton soil has its own advantage, they are not bad soil also. So look at it critically, laterite. If you have your laterite, good laterite sexoside, and meeting up your PI, plastic index minimum of 12% and all the rest, you are good to go even for your base cost and your CBR values fall in those areas. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he failed to mention the pockets of areas where the lateritic soil doesn't meet the requirements. There's not all lateritic soil. So part of what you should also present is the characterization of the soil classification, if you are using USCS or ASHTO. Let us know, for example, ASHTO, you know, from A4, A5, A6 is fair to poor soil. So that is the soil you can actually stabilize. So not all lateritic soil is bad. In fact, we have good lateritic soil in Nigeria. Thank you. The next paper here is paper 4. Paper 4. Effect of Bacillus pumilus induced calcite precipitation on the strength properties of clay soil by Jaria Amzat.
Good afternoon. My name is Jarat Olaide Amzat. So I'm here to talk about effect of Bacillus pumilus induced calcite precipitation on the strength properties of clay soil. This one. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Geotechnical engineers has long focused on addressing the challenges posed by problematic soil, especially clay soil. Clay soil have high water content, low strength, and high compressibility, causing settlement and foundation failure. Their properties worsen under wet, dry cycles and environmental changes, making stabilization essential. Traditional methods like cement stabilization are effective but cause high CO2 emission. This drives the search for eco-friendly soil improvement techniques. Microbial-induced calcite precipitation offers a sustainable alternative using bacteria to form CaCO3 that binds soil particles. Okay. Okay. Clay soil have the statement of the problem of the clay soil have high compressibility and low bearing capacity and poor durability under moisture variation. Traditional stabilization may not ensure long-term soil performance. There is a growing need for eco-friendly and economical soil stabilization alternatives. This research seeks to evaluate the impact of Bacillus pumilus driven carbonate crystallization on the strength properties of clay dominated soil, considering its potential application in suitable ground reinforcement. The objective is to find the physiochemical properties of clay soil for soil classification, to introduce Bacillus pumilus in soil matrix by controlled injection techniques, and will ensure the uniform distribution of the bacterial culture in the soil, to perform index properties tests on controlled and Bacillus pumilus stabilized clay soil, to ascertain the improved mechanical properties of the soil, especially through UCS and CBR parameters. And the method MICP process. Bacillus pumilus is an aerobic urease producing bacterium used for calcite precipitation. The process known as urea hydrolysis forms calcium carbonate that binds soil particles together. CaCO3 enhance soil strength, stiffness, and durability. Urea hydrolysis is more effective than other microbial methods like sulfate reduction or the denitrification. This mechanism is the core of microbial induced calcite precipitation. So these are the tests carried out. Sieve analysis to classify the soil, free soil to assess expansiveness, liquid limits and plastic limits to know the plasticity index, specific gravity, sorry, specific gravity, or to calculate void ratio, compaction to know the OMC, optimum moisture content, the maximum dry density, and how well soil compacts. The CBR to measure low bearing capacity, unconfined compressive strength to know the maximum compressive strength of the soil. So the results for the sieve analysis shows, this is the result for the sieve analysis. The properties of the clean claying soil. So the moisture content is 13.6, liquid limits, plastic, the natural, it was cured for 7, 14, and 21 days. For 7 days, the result is 1.22 Newton per millimeter square. For 14 days, 1.318 Newton per millimeter square. For 28 days, 1.378 Newton per millimeter square. So as the Bacillus pumilus increase, as the curing days increases, the soil strength also increase, but the peak for 7, 14, and 28 is 1.2 exponential 9. So the conclusion, it is the soil was classified under A6 Ashto CL UCS. The introduction of Bacillus pumilus treatment increased soil cohesion and interparticle bonding with visible color changes, indicating active microbial interaction and mineral precipitation. The clay soil properties improved as the Bacillus pumilus suspension density increased, with the plasticity index dropping significantly from 18% in untreated soil to 5% at 2.8 times 10 raised per 9 cells per milliliter. And the recommendation, the clay soil is recommended to be stabilized with a Bacillus pumilus suspension density of 1.2 times 10 raised per 9 cells per milliliter, equivalent to 4.0 McFarland scale, and compacted using a minimum of British standard light compaction energy, making it suitable for application as a subgrade material in construction of low traffic volume roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Any suggestions or questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a quick question in relation in the conclusion slide. You mentioned that it is the characterization of the soil have a liquid limit of 85%, plastic limit of 18, and then plasticity index of 18. So is that right, or this is a mistake?
Okay, I can't hear you, sir.
Liquid limit of 85 minus plastic limit of 18 does not give 18. Is it 25 or 85?
Liquid,
The liquid limit.
go back to your liquid limit result. Okay, 35.
35 natural.
Yes. What is it natural for plastic limit?
For
Plastic limit.
Okay. 18.
Yes, 35 minus 18
Oh, 35.
is 35.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Listen to that. That is how you you can extract it. Then you put it in a fridge for a certain period at whatever measure you calibrated it.
Okay,
Then you start arranging your surprise. So you be explicit. You have to explain. You go deep. You can still improve on this, but explain the source, the main particular area you can get it. And when collating, you will get over 1,000 different type of bacteria. And you have to come back to microbiology department to use a particular chemical that your bacillus pruminis is resistant to. This is how you can extract it. All the others will die. You insert it, improve on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. I think it was well delivered. I think as a trial, it's good work. But as a practitioner, my interest is next step. To apply it, how would you, for example, ensure you have uniform distribution when you start applying it at site scale? You know, uniform distribution of the treatment and so on. This may be the next steps in your research. But if you have any comments, I'll be grateful.
Okay. Yes, the uniform distribution is difficult it's difficult due to low permeability. However, control mixing and careful preparation were used. So, yes.
So you start thinking about that.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fantastic. At this stage, you have performed wonderfully.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't think most of us, when we were at that stage, decades ago, we can even stand here to talk.
Thank you, sir.
A round of applause for her.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. To enhance that, look at their structures in terms of the layers and the sheets, where you have your octahedra and tetrahedra, and their bond. That will tell you should be able to explain clay mirrors, their structures, their bonding system, and all the rest. Then you now pick one specifically out of all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think the next paper is paper 14. And that's the experimental investigation and prediction of mechanical strength of superplasticizer enhanced no fines concrete using fuzzy logic by FM Oluwadare.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. My name is Favor, and I'm here to share my research with you on the experimental investigation and prediction of mechanical strength of superplasticizer enhanced no fines concrete using fuzzy logic method. Don't let the topic dissuade you. Essentially, the idea is this: for any sort of design, or geotechnical design, even structural design, whatever have you, you need some sort of reliable prediction, right? Nobody's going to put $1 billion into a project if they are not sure of parameters that are going to come out. And for us specifically, things like settlement and strength, soil bearing capacity, and things like that. The idea behind heuristics is to essentially make reliable predictions simply based on your experience, experts. That's why it is called expert heuristics. So let me take you through how we did this. So yeah, for me specifically, I implemented this in concrete, right? So yeah, just like soil, or even less than soil, concrete is a lot very non-linear in its behavior, right? And it is really difficult to model non-linear systems. Hence, while implementing fuzzy logic, this is essentially literature review. I don't want to bore you with all of that. So how did I go about it? So I essentially did a mixed design implementing super plasticizers. And if you know anything about super plasticizers, they increase essentially the strength of concrete. But the idea is that this also increases the non-linearity in the concrete mix. So essentially making it very difficult to predict its behavior. Also, as you would see in the topic, he said no fines concrete, which means that unlike what you are used to, there isn't any fine aggregate in this concrete, right? So doing the test based on all of the standards and methods, I essentially cast concrete myself, I cured them myself, and I crushed them myself, essentially becoming the expert in this case. Right, so as you could see, this is the mix ratio, 0.3, 0.4 water cement ratio, cement content, and aggregate content. Right, so also I would like you to note that there was a slight variation in aggregate sizes, 100% 8 mm coarse aggregate, 0%. So that variation, 100, 0, 50, 50, and 0, 100. Yeah, so for the compressive test, strength test, I essentially, like I said, I cast 72 cubes, I cured 72 cubes, and I crushed 72 cubes myself, and also 48 cylinders, again, becoming the expert. So yeah, this is a graph that shows the increase in compressive strength. So we can see that as you move towards 28 days, the compressive strength increased, yeah, somewhat non-linearly. And also you can see that ACD represents 0.3 water cement ratios, and BDF represents 0.4 water cement ratios. You can see that the 0.3s have a higher compressive strength. Again, this is essentially a plot of a three-dimensional plot of the water cement ratio against aggregate size and compressive strength. Again, split tensile strength, just compressive strength again, but tensile again, yeah. So yeah, I'd like to take you through fuzzy logic modeling. Yes, fuzzy logic modeling was essentially created by Zadeh, and it is the basis of all forms of artificial intelligence. The idea is this, that you are able to present your model a system using fuzzy logic based on solely experience. So the way it works is that if anybody knows anything about coding, usually you have a sort of syntax. The output is compressive strength and split tensile strength. Okay, so this essentially were the data I used to train my fuzzy logic model for both the compressive strength and the split tensile strength. And yeah, I used three membership functions. So membership functions are essentially how you relate the inputs to the outputs. This is the first one, the triangular membership function, also the trapezoidal membership function, and the Gaussian membership function. And this is the meat of the jigs. You know why? Because the system I'm trying to model is non-linear. As you can see, the graph, it captures data better because, I mean, it's a non-linear system. So yeah, this is just the environment, the MATLAB environment. MATLAB is the basis for how I implemented fuzzy logic in this particular case. Again, this is the environment and the window. Yeah, so this is a plot of the predicted values against the actual values. And you'll see that we have for the triangular membership functions, the trapezoidal membership functions, and the Gaussian membership functions. And I'd like you to take a look at the Gaussian membership function. You can see that the correlation is the highest, meaning that our predictions were actually used for almost 97% accuracy. Again, I became the expert. I cast, I cured, and I crushed, and plotted the values, and you can see a very high correlation rate. Again, error metrics. Yeah, so conclusively, I would just like to say that if you are modeling a non-linear system, fuzzy logic is very powerful. And the best part is that for anybody that knows, reliable prediction is data intensive. You have to have a lot of data. But what fuzzy logic is doing for us that just a little bit of our experience, and I see a lot of experienced people seated right here, just a little bit of your experience, you can make very reliable predictions and, save us $1 billion, apparently. Okay, so I would just like to say that this shows that if you have enough experience with a system, you can establish a relationship based on your expertise alone, avoiding all of the many mathematical formulas and large data sets, which you usually would need to make quick decision. This definitely saves time and money and is a step in the right direction towards a sustainable future. I'd just like to say in conclusion that I mean, there's a big drive for sustainability, and one of the things that will help us is, making reliable predictions, being able to, back our predictions by logic, as I would like to call it. So, and I think that even for us as geotechnical engineers, working with very, very non-linear soil, like my boss will say, that soil essentially tells you what you can do. On the other way around, you tell other materials what you want it to do for you. So this is very, very important to model non-linear relationships like we deal with every day in soil. So references, and thank you for listening. Do we have
fuzzy logic? Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I'm not really an expert on these things, but I know that when you're using artificial intelligence, you often isolate a part of your data to test your predictions. You don't use all your data to calibrate. Did you do that? I could see your graphs curve fitting. I didn't see verification of the predictions.
Yes, so, sorry. Can I add
this slide again?
Okay. Okay, here. Sorry. So in my case, I would like to say I did use all of my data. And again, it wasn't a large data set. Like I said, I had 72 compressive strength cubes and 48. So I mean, it was small enough to work with. But I would just like to say that I implemented quite a bit of error measurement, as I would like to call it, which the chief being the R squared, like I said. So that was how I was able to, make the account for all of the curve fitting that I didn't put into place. I don't know if does that answer your question, sir?
No. Yes. The explanation we expect is that whatever you have done, you have to test it with separate set of data. Yes. After you have given us all the curves from your modeling, you have to now import new set of data to test it and to see if it conforms with what you have.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. What I had from the beginning, I had you say plasticizer.
Yeah, super plasticizer. In this case, we're working with concrete.
Yeah, concrete. So the plasticizer you have, how does it relate to your modeling? Because plasticizer, if you use cement, you use what's the grade of cement you use?
We use it is a no fine concrete cement, so we couldn't grade it.
Instead of N, why don't you use R?
R, sorry, I didn't.
Okay, you don't. The cement grade. Can you go back to the cement mix?
Go back to the
cement.
Oh, sorry. Just can you?
Because it will serve.
Okay.
No, go on. No, go on. Not here.
Go on.
Where you? Okay. No, you have. It's an ordinary Portland cement. That slide where you have ordinary Portland cement.
Yeah.
Okay, 42.5 N. Why don't you use 42.5 R? Because that one would even translate better than adding a plasticizer, because the essence of adding plasticizer is to quicken the atmosphere, the setting.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you use, because if you are modeling, you have to model with different parameters, and you have to have a test. You have to use another
base,
you have to use another statistics to test it. So have you done all those?
Yes.
Because on your graph, I saw there those oscillator, those. No, go to go graph. No, go.
This one.
No. Go to the frequency, the one you have as frequency. Yeah, here. Now, when you have this frequency, now you have a mode now going down, going up.
Yeah.
How do you stabilize it? Because it must have some. The computer, the programming had to give you some basis so that it don't fall too low, it don't fall too high. So those are the
So
So
this
how do you do
is this kind of explains. First of all, about the cement, I really was not. I didn't have a lot of wiggle room with the kind of cement I was going to use because again, it's a student project, and Lafarge was actually really nice to give us a cement, so I had to use that. Then, but as regards the baseline concerning programming.
Yes.
So that's why I said fuzzy logic essentially tells you dictate to the program. So if you see, it says water cement ratio, weight of the specimen, aggregate size, curing age, and compressive strength. So you see that they are not actual figures. I'm not saying that. See, compressive strength. If you see the last slide, it says just where compressive strength is. It says poor, good, very good, excellent, and very. So the idea is that you tell the program, you do not use numerical values. You do not say that, oh, compressive strength is 50 megapascal. You do not say it's 60 megapascal. Because of your experience, like I said, I crushed and I cured these specimens myself. So I said, oh, if water cement ratio is this, and the weight of specimen is this, and the aggregate size is this, and the carrying age is this, oh, I think it's going to be poor. I think it's going to be. So I didn't really need the data that I crushed. I don't know if you understand. I just went off
No,
experience.
it's okay. Next time you just increase your.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So how significant is these changes? Although you have used your figures to explain it, yeah, but how significant? Because you could, just enlarge it for us to actually see that it's the wave, the curves. How significant it is?
Is this significance of the work or significance of
The changes, the graphs.
By changes, I'm trying to understand. I don't know.
What?
Should I put it at the graph?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. These functions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me try to explain that. Like I said, I used 3 membership functions. Like I said, membership functions are essentially how you relate input to output. If you look at the triangular membership functions, it's somewhat linear. It doesn't capture. Oh, sorry. It doesn't capture the entire depth of what you're trying to say. But if you look at the trapezoidal membership functions, it's somewhat linear and somewhat constant. It captures it better. But the best way to capture data is the Gaussian membership function, which is essentially a non-linear graph. Yeah. So that captures inputs and outputs a lot better. And like I showed earlier, it shows with the, if you look at the Pearson R coefficient, you see we had 0.86, which is 86%. We had 0.89, which is slightly better, but we had very good correlation, which is 98% essentially.
So all were within 0.86 to 9.
Well,
So,
I mean,
yeah.
0.9.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the next paper is paper 9. Do we have paper 9? Okay. Utilization of cement clean dust and oil palm ash for stabilization of expansive soil for road construction by O.C. Aduku. Yeah, you can use both. Let me use this. You have to use this. Test it.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Solomon Aduku, and I'm here to present a paper on utilization of cement clean and oil palm ash in stabilization of expansive soil for road construction. So in the north, we have expansive soils, and this affects our pavements over time. Because when moisture comes in, it expands and causes cracks. So there are stabilization processes that are commonly done. They are mostly cement stabilization done along the roads. It's common in the north, even on places like Abuja-Kaduna Road. Cement stabilization is being done. So, but for day-to-day construction, because of the cost of cement and other stabilization agents, we decide to look into something more available, something we can easily get everywhere and use. So we decided to look at cement clean dust and
the other material, oil palm ash. So first off, cement kiln dust was gotten from, is a byproduct from cement production. So we got that. And also there's high production of palm oil in Nigeria. So it was easy for us to also get the palm kernel shell. So first off, the aim of the project was to utilize the cement kiln and oil palm ash to improve the expansive soil for road construction. The objectives were to characterize the soil, to evaluate the effect of those materials, to determine the optimum blend of cement kiln dust and oil palm ash, then to assess the durability of the blend. So first off, the physical property of the soil was taken and done. We did tests like specific gravity, liquid limit, and so on. Then we did the chemical properties of the soil, chemical properties of our additives. So this is for particle size distribution for our soil. Then this is how the liquid limit and the plastic limit acted at different percentage of additives. This is our linear shrinkage. Then we went ahead and did compaction. Then moisture content. Then CBR. So after all this was conducted in the lab, we went ahead and got the optimum, the best percentage of cement kiln dust and oil palm ash, which was gotten at 4% of cement kiln dust and 12% of oil palm ash. So we kept on alternating the percentages of the ash. We kept our cement kiln percentage at 4%, and we kept on alternating the percentages until we got what percentage was best, gave us the best durability for our soil. So basically, that's what we did in this research. The recommendations are further research should be done. Well, we could also look into, myself would also look into further research of changing the percentage of the cement kiln dust. I had limited amount of dust, so I stuck to 4%, which was enough for the whole experiment. Then also, the effect of oil palm ash stabilization of non-lateritic soil at 12%. Other percentages could also be looked into. Then the long-term behavior when these stabilization processes are done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have the first question for you before I hand over the mic. Go back to your summary, just your summary page. I think it explains it. Yes, this conclusion. Yes, before the test, yeah, you have your classification of the soil, which is A76. But we did see the classification of the one you said is the most durable from your test. So you could also classify the final. So let's see if it's going to improve. Maybe it's going to come to A4 or A3. Also, because yeah, we can't determine that. Yes. Next. Who has questions? Sir? Okay, thank you. No question.
Right,
okay,
thank you,
no,
sir.
there's one.
I should speak French. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I come from a French country, so I'm so sorry for my English.
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
I come from a French country, so I'm so sorry for my English. Okay. For the road design, I think that you want to use your material for road project. So for the road design, I think the main issue for clay soil is the variation of young modules. in French standards, to design road, we almost use the Poisson ratio and Young modulus. But when you are using clay materials, the Young modulus is not constant. So how can you determine it? By using your method.
Okay, a question.
Yes, he's asking if at all, he's actually saying the young modulus is essential. And did you consider it in your test?
No, it
Or
wasn't.
can you infer the young modulus from what you have done?
Okay, it wasn't considered in my test. I'll look into further research on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hold on.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment on what my brother just said in terms of young modulus. That still has to do with stress. I think we'll be emphasizing more if you are talking of road as a coefficient of subgrade reaction. More when you are talking of soil and the subgrade for your road work, apart from the pavement coming on top of it. The next question I was to ask, Prof has mentioned that you need to tell us more what is expansive soil and examples of expansive soil. What they are following, the characterizations in terms of their Attabage limits, in terms of this, in terms of that, be able to know. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have anything to say.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were recommending. I didn't
It's
get your
okay.
question very
It's okay,
well.
it's allowed.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. 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 I think we'll take a 2 to 3 minutes break before our last paper, and that will be paper 20. Okay. Okay. Okay, please upload paper 20. Yes, the paper is titled Influence of Salinity on Geotechnical Properties of Coastal Soils and Material Selection for Foundations in Lagos State by Daniel Adeshikwe.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be taking a topic by me and Uchenna Victor, Vincent Opara, and Adeshpe Daniel. Influence of salinity on geotechnical properties of coastal soil and foundation materials, selection in Lagos State. So the background study. Coastal soils face challenges from seawater intrusion, high water tables, and salinity. Lagos State's rapid development is occurring on marine alluvial soil rich in salt. Salinity alters clay behavior, causing shrinks, depression, impacting soil strength and stability. Essential study of salinity in fluids for safe coastal construction. So these are the problem statements. Saline intrusion increases corrosion risks and weakens soil structures. Lack of localized data for Lagos coastal soil. Foundation in affected areas. Premature degradation. Need for suitable foundation materials and design adaptation. So these are the aim and the objectives and scopes. The aim is to investigate the influence of salinity on the geotechnical properties and for the coastal soil and evaluate suitable foundation. The objective is to determine the chloride sulfate concentration in selected coastal soil of Lagos State, to carry out geotechnical tests and analysis of selected soil in Lagos State. Why the scope is to focus on 3 main areas, which is Lekki, Ogunraja, and Victoria Island. The significance of the study informs engineers on soil behavior in saline zones, aids selection of durable materials foundation, and supports climate resilience, construction, and infrastructure planning. So I talking the key salt is chloride and sulfate. The affected soil properties are the shear strength, permeability, and the compressibility of the soil. So these are the key findings and expected outcomes. Salinity to reduce shear strength and increase soil compressibility. Saline soils accelerate material degradation. Need for corrosion resistant alternative or protective treatment. So the background and salinity effects in Lagos State. Lagos State is a coastal influenced by seawater intrusion, which we all know that is a waterlogged area throughout Lagos. There are sand filling. So because of the salt and the salt coming from the water and other things, it causes shear strength. It causes the constructability and settlement of the soil and permeability of the soil. So these are the research gaps and framework and study of contribution which we made. Inputs of chloride and sulfate concentration, the process of ion change, pore water pressure changes, and chemical reaction. So these are the methodology. The study design is to field investigation plus lab testing. The sampling is Lagos coastal zone. The test conducted was salinity levels, index test, and material corrosion. The tools we used were direct shear testing, chemical analysis, and permeability test. So these are the locations for the place, which is Lekki Phase 1, Victoria Island, and Ogunraja. These are the most places where we have a lot of seawater and affected areas there in terms of the soil. Okay, so this is where I took my sample. This is where we took our sample from. We took it at 3 meters, we took it at 6 meters, and we took it at 9 meters to get our soil sample using hand auger method. So we conducted our tests using British standard and American standard. Then our chemical test is chloride sulfate concentration. Then our physical and index test is sieve analysis and Atterberg limits. Our comprehensive test was conducted for 28 days. Then our shear test and correction is direct shear test, correction, and internal friction of the angles. So these are the experiments we did. We controlled the temperature of the lab when we were doing our test. Then the test was conducted in triplicate. It was conducted in triplicate. These are the triplicates. Then the results that we came out from the study that we did. So these are the result of Lekki, Ogunraja, and the Victoria Island. So this is the Atterberg limit for the plasticity, the plastic index, and the. So this is my results for my sieve analysis test. So after I did this, then I was able to draw my graph of the test. Then we classified the test under USCS and ASHTO. Under the USCS parameter, you can see the percentage was passing number 200, which is non-cohesive soil. Then it was passing number 4, which is fine-grained soil, 99%, while the first one was 0.1% passing. Then the interpretation, we had to use the CO was 4.7, is greater than the number 4, greater than the sieve analysis distance. So it's well graded sand. Why the CC was between 1 and 3, so it's well graded. So this is the determination of the shear strength test. And this is the graph here. So salinity distribution in coastal soil. The elevated salinity observed across all locations. So this is when we use our 3 to 9 meters depth to get our soil samples and all. So suggestion and further studies to build and finding of the research. Future studies should focus on expanding the geochemical and geotechnical correlation frameworks for saline areas in Lagos State, coastal soils. So my conclusion, salinity significantly impacts geotechnical properties and materials durability. Finding will enhance foundation design in Lagos coastal zone, essential to integrate geotechnical and corrosion data in planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a small correction first. Your sampling, yes, you can't use hand auger to sample at 9 meters, of course. So that's an error. So please try to correct that. Any other questions, please? Questions? Okay, thank you very much. Yes. So with this, we have come to the end of the technical session 1, and I will hand over the mic to our organizer, Engineer Ozo Amalu.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, Engineer Precious and those of them in charge of our lunch, I hope the lunch is ready now. So while we give us some musical interlude, please, we're going to still go in the same format that we use during the breakfast. So our lunch will be taken upstairs. So let's just march straight to take our lunch. Thank you. It's good to, while you do the listening, we also fill our stomach. We need to marry the two.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
I've told him, he said he has sent somebody to go and bring the person. Maybe the person will come here and charge him money. Say, give us 30,000, 40,000. Hello? Fola? How much will the person charge? For ticket. To pick. Arrival. Yes, they are there. That's true. Nobody, no, do you know? Okay, call them now. No, he has not. Call them. I'll give you the number of Fatman, so that the person can chat her up. By projection. By projection. We are 8 here. I will. They gave me a list of 38 people coming from Ibadan. I made reservation for them. Only 12 people. They have not even they have not come. But those Ibadan people have not come. Have they come? Have they come? No, not today. Yes. think she told me in the next 30 minutes. I think 30 minutes. Okay, she's typing now. Yes. Distinguished colleagues, please, can you just calm down? The lunch is yet to be here, so just calm down a little. Let's continue our program. Probably in the next 20 minutes, the lunch will be ready. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. I have a simple question now. Make the answer now. I'm telling you. Please just calm down. Let's continue. Calm down, please, so that we can continue. I crave your indulgence, please. Sorry for the inconvenience. Those of us upstairs, please, could you please calm down? Sorry for the inconvenience. Please calm down so that we don't divide the house. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, please, for that little inconvenience. I want to start the the keynote speech to be delivered by no other person than our own very brother, even though he's not here. Our own brother, engineer Dr. Chris Menkiti. Please, I want to invite you to the, please, a round of applause for him. Have you given to them? Okay, let me confirm. Let me get it. Thank you.
Do you know if the pointer is working? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There are so many distinguished, eminent, and preeminent individuals here. I will collectively recognize all of you and collectively thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'll be talking about geotechnics for development. So when I was asked to give the Evert Hoek lecture, I thought I should find some connection to the great man as a theme or introduction to my lecture. He was born in Zimbabwe in 1933, renowned for rock mechanics all over the world. His interest starting in problems in the deep mines in South Africa. And then in the late 60s, he moved to Imperial College. And I thought, aha, that's the link I have that I can claim to the great man. And by the time he moved, I was still just born and also still a young boy, as you can see on the right of that screen. So his key interest was in the application of rational design procedures to engineering systems, mostly in rocks. I will try to mirror his intent in my talk, and also to link it to an understanding of the fundamental physical problem that you're trying to deal with, and also a connection of the soil behavior to the particulate level and the macro behavior. So my company GCG is a small consultancy based in UK, founded by the three directors there. Essentially, it's a spin-off company from Imperial College. We're just under 30 in number. And I will come back to Professor Vaughan later when I talk about one of the case histories, because he was one of the resident engineers on the Kainji Dam. But I think we have made a good contribution to geotechnics. You may know the ranking lecture by the BGA, which is one of the most prestigious lectures in the world. And out of the 64 lectures awarded since 1961, we are able to contribute 15%. And we have very close links to universities around the world. The basis of our firm is to draw academic research and apply it as soon as possible to practical engineering problems. So we like to think we're the interface between academia and practice. So that was a brief discussion. I will proceed on to discuss developmental themes, and also to present a bimodal particulate model that I like to use to think about problems. You may also find it interesting. I'll then use 3 examples to illustrate geotechnics relevant to development, rail infrastructure, road infrastructure. I'll talk about shipping which is another unusual application of geotechnics, but it's one of the areas that I have developed some expertise in. And then finally, I'll talk about hydroelectric power and show some reflections on the Kainji Dam construction. Then I'll have a very brief slide about conclusions. So developmental themes. It seems the left side of the slide is being cut off. Anyway, I'll carry on. So Professor Santamarina gave a talk about development. He focused on the impact of power in his plots, and he provided this data. The horizontal axis for each of these plots is the energy in a country per capita, per person, on a log scale. And the vertical axis are various parameters to look at development and progress and compare different countries. So the top one is clean. The pointer is not working. Anyway, the top one is clean water availability, and the yellow dot represents UK. The next one is life expectancy in years, and you can see a huge variation. Some countries, people living only 40 years. Other countries, people living twice as much, almost 80 years. The next one is infant mortality. And then the next one is minimum years in education. And then electrification coverage. And the final one at the bottom is gross national income per capita, so per person in the country. So just to give an example of where we are, I just selected a few countries in Africa, and we're within that green band. So there's work to do, and we should be motivated to try to progress based on some of this data. In addition, the UN has its developmental goals as well, 17 of them. You can check it out on their website. Again, this is just ideas, themes that they try to promote with regards to development. And we can all meaningfully contribute to most of them. So this shows the biparticulate model that I like to use to think about things. And you can imagine it going from the left to the right, where you have a mixture of coarse and fine materials with gradually increasing amount of fines. So at the left, it could be coarse gravel, for example. And at the right, it could be fine sand. And you're gradually increasing the proportion of fines as you go from left to right. And so thinking about how the behavior of that system changes is quite instructive with understanding many problems. In the middle is a critical fines content, when there's enough fines to fill the voids, but the loads are still carried through force chains, through the coarse particle. But you can imagine at that point onwards, the permeability will be controlled by the fines. On the other hand, if you look at the second from the left, again, you still have a gravel coarse network carrying the load, but you have fines in the middle, which can now be washed out. So, seepage and suffusion and internal erosion would be features of that sort of range of behavior. If you add on top of that now, differences in the behavior of the fines. So the fines could be sand, or they could be clay with various plasticities. Oops. Then you begin to allow for what's happening on the left, where you have, depending on the clay fraction, reducing frictional strength, with residual strength occurring at high clay fraction for plastic clays. And so when you begin putting those together, you can see how this model would then allow you to start, when you have enough fines, and the fines are plastic, you can start developing shear surfaces within them and so on. So this sort of package I find very helpful for understanding engineering problems at a particular level and translating that knowledge to new situations. So this is just an example from some data on crushed aggregate, showing consolidated on-drain test results, axial stress against axial deformation, and the percentage of fines are the values shown over there. So on the left, you can see what happens as you increase the fines. where the fines are, say, a low plasticity silt, CL or CM. If it was kaolinite, which is a little bit more plastic, again, you can see now you have a broader range of behavior from just coarse to pure fine. And if it was bentonite, which you mentioned again, you can see an even bigger effect. So by using this sort of simple models, you can really get to the bottom of some of the fundamental behavior of the soils. So let me start off with rail infrastructure. And you'll see a few pictures of happy African children in my presentation because children are the future. So I'll start off with discussing the Gautrain rail project in South Africa. It's an 800-kilometer long, 800-kilometer high-speed rail link, and I'll show you the location. Trains travel up to 160 kilometers, and at peak service, you'll have one train every 10 minutes. It was developed by a public-private partnership where a concession was given to design, build, finance, and operate the railway. So that shows the location in South Africa and the route. And there's a lot written about this because it's quite a big project. I'll just focus around the Centurion area just south of Pretoria in this example. So the issue there were really karst risk. You know, the Dolomites over there had a lot of karst features, and this caused unstable conditions. And this was well known before the project. You know, this shows some examples of the Dolomite rockhead exposed, areas where it's covered with ground. And in the past, it had led to very large collapses, particularly when you have dewatering, where you have the unstable capping layers falling into voids, or where you have rapid vertical infiltration. So the risk was, or the hazards were known, and the issue was how to address them in the project and to optimize the design. This is again another example. So GCG was approached at tender stage and early design stage to assist with interpreting the ground conditions a little bit better, quantifying the risks a little bit better, and contributing to the improved risk assessments. And this just shows an example of some of the additional boreholes in the additional investigation on the left and how we reinterpreted them on the right, examining the results in closer detail and inspecting the site and so on. And the sort of results that come out of that is, you can't see clearly, but the top graph plots probability against chainage and compares the initial financial best and final offer red line to the revised design with the further investigations. The bottom graph shows the maximum diameter of the sinkhole going from 0 to 35 against chainage again comparing what was used at tender stage to the improved design in 2026. If we now move on to what was learned during construction, and this is not our work, Professor Jacobs at Pretoria University and his team have done a lot of very good work on this. And I'm just presenting their results on this area. The engineering problems that the rail would face as a surface feature, as a surface track here would be, you could have surface layers with voids or with ground below. You have a variable rock head. The capacity of piles in that scenario would be highly risky. And on the right shows a sort of example scenario. And you can, for example, estimate stiffnesses based on plate tests. But there's probably a lot of capacity in there if you could actually mobilize the small strain stiffness in the ground and use that to optimize the design. So Jacobs and his team carried out very large place tests, loaded area tests, which you can see here on the left. You can get an idea of the size of the scale of the thing. And this shows the results. On the vertical axis, on the left is settlement, which are all the lines with various colored lines. On the right are the number of layers of the loading. And I've put a red arrow to show how they build up, track across, and then come down with the loading, which caused the settlement, slower or no settlement, and some recovery. Yeah. And probably the water table is a little bit lower. The problem is infiltration and I suppose changes in water level primarily if you don't apply further load. Anyway, so based on this sort of information, they were able to infer a lot of data. I'm only showing some examples. So based on the different layering, they have been able to get stiffness against strain for each of the layers. And you can see really they are having quite high stiffnesses of about 1 gigapascal at small strain compared to the plate test I showed earlier of 20 megapascals. So you can see the amount of improvement you can gain from that. So the conclusions from that phase are at tender stage and early design, we're able to quantify the risks better and optimize the tender costing and early design. For the detailed design and construction, some of the larger field trials were very useful, and they proved that the residual dolomite was much stiffer than before. And so in essence, you could have a floating foundation on the upper layers. And also the areas that were used in the loading tests preloaded the locations of future foundations. I'll now move to discuss an example from road infrastructure. And in this case, I'll be talking about the application of the observational method to cut slopes. And the cut slopes in this example are for a motorway tunnel. So first of all, what is the observational method? It was introduced by Professor Peck in his ranking lecture in 1969. It's essentially a learn-as-you-go method, but it's not a haphazard, try this and try that. It's highly formalized and highly structured. You must consider all the options. You don't know your ground conditions fully. You must consider worst conditions, likely conditions, very likely conditions, and for each scenario, you have to have a solution. You have to have a plan. And the plans should involve contingency measures. A critical part of it is that you must develop the correct monitoring parameter that you can use to monitor this try-and-go system. So as you try different elements of the construction, you can monitor what is occurring and tailor your design to suit the exact ground conditions. So that way you actually home in on providing exactly what you need for the ground. You must monitor and interpret the data promptly. There have been cases where the data was available, but it was too much, or people did not look at it promptly, and problems have occurred. So this is an example of a motorway in Ireland, which was built to take traffic from the center to the airport. And I will show you some photographs later, but the key problem was that the new motorway was going to be below the existing motorway to the airport. It was going to be a tunnel. So where the tunnel was a cut and cover, so you dig down, build your tunnel and backfill, it was on the same footprint. And so they had to divert the motorway to each side, dig down and build, backfill, and reinstate the old motorway above it. And that meant there was very little room for the diversions. And there was a very tight program to meet to reinstate the work because the diversions were very, they were a problem for the city and for road users. The contractor it was a design and build contract, the contractor who was there had confidence in the ground conditions and wanted to use the minimum temporary works for his excavation. And I will explain a little bit more later. Sorry, I'll go. So just some other information. The excavation was up to 12 meters maximum depth, and it was in competent boulder clay, which is the dominant ground in that area of Dublin. So this is a photograph showing the site under construction. You can see where they're digging down to build the new tunnels, and they've diverted the motorway to each side of the excavation. And this used to be a dual carriageway leading from the city to the airport. So you can imagine how these traffic diversions were received by the public. The contractor felt that there was an opportunity to design the cut slopes as steep as possible. He wanted 90 degrees without any support because he didn't want to provide support any longer than he had to. And this was going to be a temporary cut and backfill. So this shows the area of Ireland. And during the last ice age, glaciers migrated down from the North Pole and covered the area. And they were up to 1 kilometer thick. And so it's the movement of these glaciers grinding the bedrock and depositing at the bottom of the bedrock the ground material that comprises the boulder clay that we have. So it's already highly sheared, but because the bedrock was limestone, it's low plasticity, fine material, as well as a mixture of a range of particle sizes. But the fact that the weight of the ice was so high is why the material is relatively competent. This shows you a scanning electron micrograph of the material. You can see the individual silt-sized particles and pore spaces. Just at the bottom, slightly cut off, is... Can you play the video? Video. So this shows an example of one of those cargo carriers. Each of these rectangular covers are the covers of the hold, the hatch covering the hold. And inside each hold is a heap of cargo, which could be iron ore, which is very dense, or bauxite, or some other granular material. And so in some of these storms, they really roll very severely. That's enough, that's fine. This shows you some example of nickel ore as well. You can see the extent of the liquefaction. The poor seaman that has to deal with that is trying to prod to see how deep the slurry at the top is. The bottom one shows the grab they use for offloading at the destination port. The cargo is often placed using either conveyor belts or grabs. And this just shows you the different range of behavior. A dry ore being dropped in, you can see how dry and nice it is. That'll probably be safe. Whereas some others are more moist. They still look like a nice heap, but what is the risk of liquefaction? And that just gives you an idea of the scale of the material, because these are the grabs that are used to load these vessels. So you can have an idea of scale. Can you play this video, please? Hello? Video, please. Okay. This is an example of liquefaction. This is a slope in South America. Due to excavation at the toe, the material has been triggered in what is called static liquefaction. It's a silt, but you can see it in your eyes, turning from a solid to a liquid. So this is the key risk. With respect to cargoes, you put in the material, it looks competent, but once they get into a storm, the behavior can change very suddenly and very drastically, and the ship can be lost. Yeah. Okay. Can you play this video from 7 minutes? Yeah. So this just gives you an example of what happens. This is a barge carrying gravel. You can see that it's becoming unstable, and the poor captain is trying to get it to the shore to ground it before there's a problem. Unfortunately, you very quickly get to a tipping point, and it's impossible to control. So this gives you a visual representation of the sort of risks that this entail. Thank you. Okay. So with the work for bauxite, we worked with the IMO, International Maritime Organization, looking at a spectrum of bauxites around the world in order to try to establish some parameters that could be used to identify risky cargo from non-risky cargo. Risky cargo would then have special measures, control of water content, etc., whereas non-risky cargo can be transported as normal. So this shows you the range of particle size distributions for the bauxites. It's a huge, huge range. And the challenge was to find a unifying threshold, screening threshold for this class of materials. Again, returning to the biparticulate material, you can imagine now that if you're on the left, where the coarse material, high permeability, you will not develop those pore pressures that will lead to liquefaction. Whereas if you're on the right and the conditions are unfavorable, then you could have a liquefaction risk. So a range of investigations were done. We had advanced testing. We had instruments on the vessels monitoring the vessel movements. We had laser scanners in the holds scanning the cargoes to see how they behave during the journey. We had model tests where you put model cargoes and shook them around either at 1G or in a centrifuge at 50G. Bottom left, we model the climatic patterns, storms over a period of 10 to 15 years so that we can, bottom middle, model the paths of various cargoes, assess statistically how many storms they will face and how many cycles of movement they will have, which will then inform the numerical modeling or the advanced triaxial tests or other tests. So this just shows some of the testing we did. I won't spend time on them. But some of the primary ones were cyclic triaxial, where you can cycle the stress, but you don't reproduce the rotation effect. And simple shear tests, where you can reproduce that effect by having cyclic simple shear testing. This shows some of the results from laser scanning. When the vessels are loaded, you know the weight of material. With the laser scanning, you know the volume. So you can begin to get the density and work out whether the material is loose enough to liquefy or not. And this shows some of the monitoring of a particular vessel where accelerometers were placed around it. And laser scanning was used to follow the geometry of the cargo throughout the voyage. And CPT tests were also done even in the cargo within the hold. And this is quite interesting. Piezometers were again installed within the cargo to see what was really happening. So this shows some of the piezometers being installed. They're installed within these cylinders because the iron ore in this example is very heavy. And when it's dropped from the grab a distance of 15 meters, your instruments will be damaged unless they're protected. The bottom right shows some of the fiberglass used to suspend some of the instruments that were within the mass, so that in a section you can see there were a range of piezometers within the hip. And now this actually shows results of monitoring during a voyage. The upper graph shows a drier cargo, and the lower graph shows a wetter cargo in the same vessel. You can see on the left, the pore pressures are plotted. When the material is loaded, the pore pressures build up, and then they gradually dissipate with time. Periodically, they open the drains at the bottom, and you can see the drops in the piezometers near the drains, where it doesn't extend everywhere else. And then in the middle there, they get into a storm, and you can see the pore pressures building. But they only built up by about 30 or 40 kPa, so not enough to cause a failure, but illustrating the mechanism. This shows some examples of tests in a hexapod where you shake the sample, and you can see how they flatten when they are very moist. And even when they are flattened, they still have shear strength, but low shear strength. And so the mechanisms that we came up with, you can imagine you're shaking the material and it flattens, expelling slurry to the top. Once the slurry forms, you can then destabilize the ship because now you have the whole liquid that can move across the whole cross-section. And as you tilt, the liquid pulls on one side and causes a list, and then it erodes the material at the bottom, and eventually the whole lot cascades. So once you form a slurry on top of a flattened heap, there's potential for a problem. In terms of compaction and soil mechanics, you can look at the material in the hold as being compacted. On the dry side, you have very little water. Any water present will be at the contact points. And then as you get closer to optimum, you have more water, but the voids are still connected. At optimum, that is when the air becomes occluded. So the air becomes pockets within the water in the voids. And past the optimum, you have more water, which is why the dry density drops. And so to the left of optimum, you have continuous air. If you squeeze that material, you'll expel air. It's intrinsically safe. To the right of the optimum, you have occluded water, occluded air or water. If you squeeze that material, you can generate pore pressures. So that's what's illustrated here. And so the safe area really is to be a little bit dry of optimum in these materials. And so, based on all this and the work, we're able to establish simple screening characteristics that the IMO has now adopted for the transport of bauxite and iron ore. And essentially, if the material is fine enough, then you have to take special measures. If the material is coarse enough, you can load as you like without special measures. I'll finally finish by going and making some reflections on Kainji Dam. So the figure on the left shows Kainji Dam on River Niger and the Lake Kainji. It was built between 1964 and 1968 at a cost of $209 million US then. It's one of the longest dams in the world. Mostly soil and earth dam, as I will show. It's supposed to generate about 1 gigawatts of energy, but only 8 of the 12 turbines were installed, which generated just under 800 megawatts. And now, as you probably all know, with droughts and climate change, even the performance of that is now worse than it had been. This is a brief photograph of it. You can see the concrete dam section in the middle with the spillway, and to the left and right are soil and earth dams. So, Professor Vaughan, who was one of the founding directors and unfortunately has passed away, was a resident engineer on the dam. And we came across some of his letters, beautifully written in his own handwriting. So it was dated 24th of December, 1967. It was addressed to the chief resident engineer, deputy chief resident engineer, and it talks about the ground conditions. And it was signed by him. Before I discuss the technical thing, one of the things that struck me reviewing these letters was that it was a dangerous job. He came back and was ill for several months with Kainji worms. Don't know what that is. And many of his colleagues and their wives came back quite ill as well. So this is one of his cross sections of the dam, longitudinal section along the dam. And you can see on the left-hand side, the earth and rock fill sections, and then the concrete section in the middle where you have the spillways, and then the earth fill section on the end. And there were several key faults that were key features, and grouting was carried out over the central 8 kilometers. I think the point he made, and again, this goes back to trying to understand what the geotechnical problem is. They found that where the rock was covered with alluvium, that the weathering had actually created an impermeable surface, had sealed the rock. So they took gentle construction methods to preserve that impermeable surface and put a low permeability fill on top of it. You know, if they hadn't been aware of it and they'd gone and blasted away, they would have destroyed it and they would have had to do a lot more grouting and protective measures. So really understanding what the problem is allowed them to get an elegant solution there. So they detected it, they used the clay fill to seal over there, and then they created a narrow drainage trench to make sure that they were draining the rock below the impermeable sill. So again, good understanding of the physics of the problem allows elegant solutions to be reached. So my overall conclusions, and I quote Sherlock Holmes here. Our profession offers us a near unique opportunity to make a big difference to the development of our fellow humans. And I think we should grab it with both hands, with the enthusiasm that Mark communicated in his lecture. When dealing with engineering problems, I think it pays to pay attention to really understand the physics of the problem. And I find that when I can relate that also to what's happening at a particulate level, it really helps my understanding and extrapolation of that understanding to other cases. So with that, I thank you for your patience. Yeah, what are we doing? Oh, yeah. Who's moderator? I suppose I can.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful real-life presentation. We appreciate you so much. I would just want to ask, yes, the piezometer installed, do you also monitor it for, yes, your essence of piezometer, pore pressures, water table levels, monitoring the water table level at the same time? Do you monitor it for the danger it may cause for the adjoining infrastructure? That's one. Number two, yes, the soil nailing length, I think, if I can remember, maybe 10 meters, some other length, and all the rest. Yes. Are they all bonded? Or you have you want to bond beyond the slip phase, right? You don't want to bond into slip phase inward. You want to bond your nails, that is the grouting now. You may not want to grout all through the nail to the outside. So along the 10 meter, how much length you have bonded? Again, the last one, with the opportunity, with the opportunity now, with the big firm, your big firm, CGC, you have a lot of data. You will help us and the young and the graduate engineers to start looking at machine learning. Since you have this data, start feeding let's have a machine learning so we can now be simulating. Moving towards the latest and the modern research system. Instead of us going to laboratory always, we can do some preliminary work through machine learning simulations to predict some things before intruding into the soil. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to remember and answer all of them. First of all, the piezometers. The piezometers are not really a risk to the adjacent structures. How they are constructed is you drill a borehole to the depth.
They actually use ground anchor in combination with struts, canal braces on the whalers and all the rest as they are going in. And that again, when they are building up, they were detentioning. So they have all this monitoring, water level monitoring and piezometer, because there's an adjacent rail line that they don't want the water, the moisture content of that rail, subgrade and the underground to seep off, and then which may lead to settlements. So there's a continuous monitoring. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So the principle here was that the piezometers monitor the water pressure at points. So they're not standpipes with a long response zone. They're piezometers measuring at a particular location. They're specially designed so that they can measure suctions. And the idea is that you have a distribution of this and you understand the pore water pressure distribution, and therefore you can understand what's happening. But settlement was not an issue on this project. We had the lane of the vehicle, and the material is generally very stiff anyway. So it's not, if it was a running sand or something like that, or a loose material or pit, then reduction of the water pressure could cause consolidation settlement outside. For this job, consolidation settlement was not really an issue. So the task at hand was to understand the pore water pressures and how they affected the effective stresses and the strength and the response of the soil. So that's the first question. Second question was, okay. Oh yeah, the bonding. Yes.
So the nails you're asking, they should be connected beyond the point or the slip surface in a stable zone. The truth is the nail should be connected in both zones because they work as shear stitching elements. They're different from the active pre-stressed anchors that push back that slip zone. You're stitching with nailing, you're not pre-stressing the soil. So it's bonded both.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I just have few questions actually. The first case history, it's about the possibility of having a sinkholes. Okay. Yes. Have you have any geophysics like ground penetration radar or something to get that? And also measuring the stiffness of the mass of a large loaded area is much better than having just a plate load test with a very limited influence. This is on the first slide. I just have another question for the second slide, the second case, and that's it. In the second case, in the boulder clay, have you had during the investigation any pre-sheared or any slick-sided surfaces at any place, or maybe there is a certain shear zones in the boulder clay that will lead to the failure?
So the first question, yes, geophysics. Yes, we had a lot of geophysics scan lines, and those were incorporated into the interpretation. That was a key part of understanding the ground risks. So that's the Gantan train. The second question was about yes, the loaded area. Yes.
loading a large area was quite important because in those ground conditions, the risk or the likely scenario was that you had relatively competent material and either voids or loosely filled voids below in an unpredictable pattern. So loading a large area would load the whole thing, but they had extensometers at very close spacing. So you could understand the compression of each layer. And those plots they had given was the stiffness strain for each layer, 0 to 2 meters, 2 to 4 meters. They also had the information interpreted as low strain stiffness against depth. So they had a lot of information. It was a research level field trial. And that allowed them to optimize and also to learn a lot about the ground that they're now using for other projects. The third question was slip surface. Yes. Yes. You're quite right. If there are pre-existing polished slip surfaces, there could be a big risk. But in this low plasticity boulder clays, which are produced by grinding limestone, those polished surfaces don't occur. In fact, I had the informative data, but I removed it last night because I had too many slides. But if you look at the stress strain curves, they are dilating. It's a ductile strength. It's a ductile response. So potential slip surfaces are not an issue. What was an issue was that there were some areas where you had fissures, which were cracks that were open, which meant that slabs could fall down. And also, as usually the case, on a Friday night when everybody's rushing to go home and it's pouring with rain, that's when you hit these bad pockets. So the face that was cut at 75 degrees actually blocked up to almost 90 degrees. We had very fissured ground, and so we had to implement some of the contingency measures, which is spray shotcrete with a high accelerator to give you a flash support, and then put a backfill berm to support it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. In one of the presentations that you did, you make mention of the bauxite that you did yes,
Okay, yes.
that you do geotechnical bowl there. And with my understanding with that equipment is more fragile. So I want to have the idea of what type of geotechnical bowl do you use? What type of machine do you use to do the bowl?
Okay. So you're talking about the bauxite now?
Yes.
And these are bauxites that are actually inside the ship. Because the whole point is you mine the bauxite, they transfer it to the port, and then they load it into the ship. We need to know the condition in the ship when you load, because that's what's going to control whether it's a liquefaction risk or not. So we had to develop systems to bring a rig into the ship, put it on top of the hip, and drill boreholes in there. There is the shell and auger borehole for that. But we also did, as I showed you some results, CPT tests, pushing the CPT cone down the hip. So it was a research quality project. It was funded by many of the big miners because they needed to solve this problem to be able to continue shipping safely.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you a little bit. In the ship, usually when you go to a cruise ship and you begin to dance, they begin to wave or you begin to do some acrobatics because the ship, the dynamics changes and they control it with a dynamic model where the ship is always balanced. So do you have, during your modeling, did you model this thing to failure or just... Yeah.
We did, and when I say we, not me. A grouping that came together to look into it was very diverse. We had people from owners of the mines, we had the buyers of the ore, we had the people that were doing the shipping, there were consultancies like us, and there were research universities. So we had a broad spectrum of risks. So what we did, which I think I showed in some of the slides, was we started off by looking at storm records. So we looked at storm records over a period of 10 to 15 years, looked at the path of the storms, the magnitude of the storms, and the magnitude of the waves they created. Then modeling was carried out by naval engineers and all those people to model the behavior of the ship in those storms. So they modeled the ship statistically, carrying out the number of trips it will have in its life as a vessel, and model how many rolls it has, and we can get a frequency, we can get an output of the size of the rolls and the frequency and the number. Using that information then, we model what happens in the hip rolling in that way. And then we use those information to inform our laboratory tests where we repeat the number of cycles and we see what happens under those cycles. So that's how we close the loop. You know, we looked at the meteorological modeling, we looked at the modeling of the ship behavior, we looked at how that translated into the behavior of the hip, and then we used that to lab scale and model scale to see the whole behavior.
Okay.
Yes,
okay. Thank you for your presentation. For the tunnel project, I would like to know which.
Can you hold it closer? Yeah.
Yes, for the tunnel project, I would like to know which software you use to do the design.
Which what?
Software.
Software.
Yeah.
We use a range. The final element code we use is a bespoke one. It's called Imperial College Final Element Program, which was developed at Imperial College. And GCG has been sponsoring its development for 4 decades. We normally have 1 or 2 PhDs every year looking at different models. In addition to that, we use normal slope stability analysis programs and normal, soil nailing programs, which are commercially available. But for the sophisticated final element analysis, we use our own in-house program.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you think lunch is ready now? Thank you.
A very big round of applause for Engineer Dr. Chris Menkiti. Thank you very much, Sam, for this wonderful keynote speech. Distinguished colleagues, on this note, I think the food is ready. So we can now move as earlier planned in groups. First 2 rows will have to go first and then take their lunch. You just have 20 minutes to do this. When we come back, we'll continue with our program. But before we go, we have one of the panelists in our midst. He entered when the presentation was happening. Builder Kunle Awobudu. Please give him a round of applause. He is the first president of Building Collapse Prevention Guild here in Nigeria. A more round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you. So, first 2 rows, we can go up for our lunch. My president, the lunch is ready.
Thank you.
LMS. Come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself, no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs.
Arrange your seat there. Can you climb here?
Let's start, guys. Yuli, Tony, I miss you. Because the driver is coming at 6. I like this location. You get the cool air.
Yeah, for those of us those of us who are still eating, please can you come down so that we can start? The panel discussion is about to start. Let's come down, please, and start this game. For the LC, there should be. The people who are managing it. It's not. Yeah. Send me the picture. What's the number? This is my phone. Your own number. Zero 70 6 6 7 7 5 0. Something is happening on the ground. What's the name? It's WhatsApp, yeah? Key. Yes. Yes. Wait, let me forward it now. I don't know the meaning of Olamide, right? After you ask him what he came. I don't know the language there, whether there's any, what it means in English. Understand? Okay, thank you very much. Some people are still upstairs. Please, could you come down so that we'll start this program? We're about to start right away. Thank you very much. We'll start to call the panelists and then we kick off. Please, I hope those microphones there are working. Perfect condition. Thank you. Okay, without wasting our time, because we have spent a lot of time on other things. I want to call Engineer Professor Samuel Uchechukwu Ejezie. Please, a round of applause for him while he goes to the... I want to call, though already seated, Professor Fatma Bali. I want to invite to this place Builder Kunle Awobudu. Builder Kunle Awobudu is the CEO of Rio Habilis, first president of Building Collapse and Prevention Guild here in Nigeria. So we are going to start the panel discussion right away. I'm coming. A few minutes. Sebastian, come. Sebastian, come. You have not. No. No, there are four. No problem. Sorry, I also want to invite Engineer Tonye Wamate. Wamet to the high table. Please pardon me if I'm crucifying the name. A round of applause for him. Engineer Tonye Wamet. God bless you, sir. Sorry, sir. Okay, thank you. Okay, please, may we pay attention? This panel discussion is very important. It's part of the key programs in this event. So, no, I don't need to do that. No. So, the topic for this panel discussion is groundbreaking practices, advancing geotechnical engineering excellence. And so, without wasting much time, we have a professor of geotechnical engineering here, Engineer Professor Samuel Ejezia. We have a building collapse guru, Builder Kunle Awobudu. We also have a professor of civil engineering, Professor Fatma Bali, professor of geotechnical engineering, and then Engineer Tonye Wamat. I hope I have not Womet. Womet. Sorry, please. It sounds, but be that as it may, it's okay. Please pardon me. So we have a mix of academics and field professionals. So they are here to give their input and responses to some of the things we are going to do here. The idea we have for this, there are some ground rules. Please, may I have your attention? There are some ground rules. We have some moderator-curated questions which they will be responding to. We also give the audience to make some comments or ask questions, which they will also attend to. And then we'll have the closing remarks. Thank you very much. So, I am going to start right away without wasting time. No need for formalities. No need for much other things now. And this question goes to Professor Samuel Ejizia. We're going to be asking questions. Just we'll be asking, maybe we'll be changing it, interchanging the way we ask the questions. So, Professor Samuel Ejizia, BS 8004, Euro Code 7, are geotechnical engineering design codes. However, in Africa, we do have lateritic soils whose behavior seem to contradict some of the recommendations of these codes. Could you please discuss your thoughts on this kind of discrepancies with these codes? Do we actually need to rely on these codes, or do we need African-made codes tailored to our own environment? Please discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Your statement or what you have said is not a question, so to speak, but rather a topical statement of fact that captures reality. Is this okay? Yes, I say so, based on experience and research findings. Like you rightly stated, yes, 8004 code, Euro code 7, even ASTM 2, which is popular in the Americas, are codes that have been adopted internationally, including African countries and African practitioners specifically. But the truth remains that these codes were formulated just like Mark Bellus took us down memory lane from Tezagi and Co. 1936 till date itself on the principles on which these codes were based. The changes have occurred over the years, but the principles remain the same. Today, Tezagi's principles still remain Tezagi's principles. And every geotechnical engineer who doesn't understand Tezagi's effective stress equation should go back to school. You cannot fault it. However, having said that, we know that in Africa, we have a different ball game. Now that our eyes have opened and we have seen that, hey, Menkiti, you are in UK, you talk about London clay, which Arthur, Casagrande, and the rest of them were using when they were formulating soil characterization and so on. That, if in Canada, we talk about Ottawa sand, whose properties we are even using here in our analysis of field density of soils. Those soils are peculiar to those environments. You can't come to Africa and find the likes of London clay, almost 100% clay. Nah. Or Ottawa sand. You can't get that in practice. What we have here is a type of soil that is a function that has been affected by our climatic conditions, which you cannot even, we talk about weathering. In the temperate climates, weathering there produces soils of early weathering stage, soils that may not even contain any iron oxide or whatever. But when you come to Africa, particularly the tropical Africa, luckily for us, these conditions even extend to other parts of the world, Asia and so on and so forth, India. So it's not only Africa, but it is predominant in Africa. Likewise, we use the word African tropical soils are almost synonymous with lateritic soils. And that makes a lot of difference. If you don't understand the mechanics of tropical soils, you cannot design effectively in certain parts of Africa. Because these are soils that defy those code recommendations. Therefore, they deserve their own code specifications. For example, to determine plasticity characteristics of soil, we know that we go to the field, collect a sample of the soil, go to our laboratory, subject it to reworking. Now, in London clay or the Ottawa, those soils you have in those temperate climates, you can do that, no problem. But if you come to soils of Africa generally, and if you go to the field, because of lateralization, the soil may be so good in practice. That's what we find in the field. It may almost exist in nearly vertical slopes without collapsing, particularly if there is no adverse effect of groundwater. If water is absent, the soil will be performing very satisfactorily. It will have very high bearing capacity. It will support load easily. But now, when you collect a sample of that soil and go to your laboratory and subject it to reworking, you end up with a different type of soil. What you will receive, what will result from that you are reworking, will be a different type of soil than what you saw in the field. In the field, because of lateralization, the soil exhibits what we may call pseudo-granular texture. Very strong and very good bearing characteristics. Now, when you take it to the lab and subject it to, before I even say that, in that field, if you carry out something like an institute test, you will get very good results. But I can tell you, don't be too sure. Don't design with that yet. Because if you go take it to the lab and subject it to reworking, you will end up getting a high proportion of clay because this so-called pseudo-granular texture will be broken down. And you now have the soil possessing a high proportion of clay. Now, if you test it in the lab, the results you will get will depict that soil as very poor clay behavior, or a soil with very poor clay behavior, because you have increased the proportion of clay by that disaggregation. Now, the confusion you have, and that was the confusion the early geotechnical engineers, like those that worked on Sasumua Dam in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken, that was when they started experiencing this type of, do I call it, I won't call it confusion, but distortion in their belief. But they didn't know. Over the years, we have realized that the truth is that the method of sample preparation it's not proper. The code should change that. Because if you keep adopting that, the results you get from laboratory tests will always be different from what you get from field institute tests. If you use laboratory tests to design, probably to me, laboratory test values may be better values to design with. The field institute test may be conservative. Or no, it's the laboratory test that will give you conservative results because the field test will overestimate the actual value. And if you design with that overestimated value, and somehow along the line, that is probably effect of water that increases the proportion of clay in that soil, you may be faced with building stability issues. I think I can, can I go on? I have a lot more things to say, or maybe later on. Maybe people ask questions, I can
Please,
elaborate.
a round of applause for our professor. But having said that,
yes,
haven't actually realized all these things. I know there have been a lot of work,
yes,
especially on lateritic soils of Africa.
Yeah.
What actually is preventing this region from developing a homemade, a homegrown code or something, guideline on this area? What is the hindrance, sir?
That question It's not a simple, it's not a linear. I was discussing with some people that African problems are not linear. If, you can't use a simple, no matter, even in politics. You can, if you try to apply a simple linear model to solve African problems, you'll be deceiving yourself. I agree with you. On the surface of it, it is strange that having realized all this, Africa has not come up with its own design codes and stop relying on Euro code or British code or ASTM. Let me tell you, even before I say that, I've already answered you indirectly. That the reason for that inability is not a yes or no answer. It's not a linear, it's not a simple question to be answered. You might as well ask, why is it that some projects which African countries have qualified engineers, proven qualified, who studied in Europe, America, who are known to be competent, are still those professionals are ignored, and the projects are outsourced. I don't know, how would you answer that? So to me, it's a gradual process. We are in a process of knowledge transfer. You can't wake, if you wake up one morning and start asking for who killed your father, you may go the way he did. So you take your time, study the situation, prepare yourself, and that's what we are doing now. It's enough for us to start understanding the need for us to develop our own codes. Because, hey, here in Lagos, anybody, my president, I call him a negotiator, but he's more negotiator than many of us. He has lived here, he knows almost whatever is here, so he can handle excellent projects here. But anybody coming in, just because he has a company in Europe or America, he will fail woefully now because he will not understand what is happening. So gradually, it's a knowledge transfer is a gradual process. We are getting there. We are getting there. It's a gradual process. We have people who are even. Chris is I don't know what to call him, a UK based or a UK citizen, but the expertise he has now will enable him, if he comes here to practice, he knows what to do, he will understand. So it's gradually, I believe, with time, knowledge has to be interfaced because no nation progresses alone. No. You must bring in those who can. But you have to integrate knowledge. We are getting there. We get the code. We know the aspect of it that doesn't apply exactly to us. We use our expertise to modify it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Prophet. Please, a round of applause for him. So, please, can these things be projected? We're not seeing. Okay, they are doing that. Okay. Okay, but did you put it in the flash?
This is what is leading to building collapse. Particularly non-engineers. I'm sorry to say that.
Before they get
copy those two. I didn't want to say that.
Maybe before they get there, it will be difficult.
They come and copy those tools, line, look and say, when you apply it, things go wrong.
Maybe the same experts. Maybe we just say that
I can't deploy just about the best.
Okay, the picture to come up. Please, one of you should come, please. Just one time. Just a minute, please.
Okay, sorry. I hope this microphone was working well when I was talking. Okay, because I was forcing myself to speak louder. Okay. The question is a very important question. I wish there's enough time to discuss it. That's the key.
If they have a flash, they have the flash, they can just put it and take it off. They have a flash. On the table there. Check where she was before. Check where she was sitting. Check. Okay, that's it. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Use 3, 5, and 6. Q3, Q4, Q5, Q6. Q question. Q3 is the flat is the death question. Q3, 4, 5, and 6. Just have to load them and we ask.
Okay, before the professor, I wanted to switch over to the prof, but before there's something she wants to share with us. Before that, let me go to the building collapse guru, Builder Kunle Awobudu. Let me ask you some few questions. I'll make some statements, then you can now discuss. From your files, sir, as a building collapse man, in your opinion, do you think or do you have data on failures of structures attributable to inadequate ground investigation, bad interpretation, and contractor bias? Do you have such data?
Loud enough. Coming here today to talk to you is a reminder of the past, because this used to be my stamping ground. Yabatech, University of Lagos. I started there as a student in the academics and also in the student union. So mobilizing for good things. The question you have asked, does the sun shine? Does the rain fall? Is the grass green? Geotechnical problems or inadequate subside investigation process, but could it be related to building collapse? Why waste time interrogating the obvious? Of course, from our years of experience in the construction industry in Nigeria, we have realized that lack of adequate attention to geotechnics led to structural failures in many of our buildings. As of today, in Nigeria, according to BCPG record, building collapse prevention group, 804 buildings collapsed. 472 collapsed in Lagos State, which is 58.9%. The next state to Lagos is Abuja, which is, of course, 32 buildings that collapsed in Abuja, 3.9%. Then we move to Anambra, 30 buildings collapsed, just about 3% plus. Those three states, then you now wonder what is happening. Oyo State there had 29 buildings that collapsed. You move to Kano, 22 buildings collapsed. You come to Ogun State, 20 buildings. You proceed to River State, 18 buildings. Delta State, 18 buildings. Then you now ask yourself, Delta State and River State are in the coastal region. And in this country, geotechnics, practice of geotechnics is more popular in Lagos and Port Harcourt. Then why do we have such a wide gap? So in trying to get data, I'm coming down. When in 2008, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, sir, set up a technical committee to reform the law of physical planning and urban development in Lagos State. The chairman of that technical committee happened to be Brigadier General Tunde Rees, an architect. And the vice chairman of that committee happened to be Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who is coincidentally the governor of Lagos State today. On that committee, I was involved and played a role. And we all worked together for close to about 3 years. Haven't identified, haven't been invited to many buildings by the owners, either treating or have structural problems. And we now discovered that because the soil tracer were never tested, and the foundation was terminated at a wrong, maybe strata or poor bearing capacity. So in that committee, to prevent further losses, I advocated for soil tests to be made compulsory for certain buildings in this part of the country. So, along the line, with evidences, this was accepted. And it became part of the law that came out in 2010. In 2019, we have Lagos State Planning Permit Authority regulations, which was passed by the Lagos State House of Assembly. We made presentation about this. And if you look at that regulation today, check section 4, subsection 3.5. It is stated that while you are submitting building plan approval documents, architectural document, structural document, you must also come with soil test report, soil investigation report. So our agitation, our advocacy over the year yielded positive result. But unfortunately, demand for soil test increased geometrically. But unfortunately, we didn't know we are also open door for charlatans to take over the practice. It's so sad. When the relevance, in line with the question you have asked, that proof of geotechnical effect in building failures. When synagogue building collapsed on Friday, September 12, 2014, the Building Collapse Prevention Guild, Ikotu said, raise the alarm. Sorry, you know what we have done over the years was to divide Lagos into cells along the local government. And all of us in the building industry, where you are living, where you are working, either where you are living or where you are working, you become members. And you'll be meeting at that level. And you create awareness against building collapse prevention. So that was how we were invited to investigate that collapse. And along the line, Lagos State Material Testing Laboratory was there to also witness what we had done. They had a report. The report of synagogue was done by them, but at that place, preparing a neutral report, certain things were discovered. Just to corroborate what Professor has just mentioned. You see, laboratory field tests, institute tests on the field, and the lab tests, one has to be very, very careful. Professor Meshida had to come to court, to the coroner inquest, to come and, yes, Dr. Engineer Afolayan was also invited. Your immediate past chairman of geotechnical engineer in Lagos, see him there. We have come a long way. He was involved. He's a member of BCPG, the technical sector. He was very much involved. So we discover a lot of things. You are talking of some of the sieve analysis or odometer consolidation tests, outerbind limit tests, transfer, all those things. We look at them. And Tagasi's method of resolving in bearing capacity of shallow foundation became very relevant because that foundation of the building is lateritic soil. You have to determine where to position it below the vegetable soil to a depth of 1.5 and 7-story building. So, not to go too deep, and we also had the experience when on March 8, 2016, 6-story building collapsed in Lekki Gardens. Building Collapse Prevention Guild also investigated it Builder Ebenezer Alogutoye, or engineer Ebenezer Alogutoye, was the geotechnical engineer in that our technical committee that investigated that report. Those reports were the instrument used for prosecution in court. So look at our experience in Lekki Gardens, the soil test report look acceptable. But foundation design, pipe foundation design, there were challenges. So conflict between geotechnical report and foundation design and construction could lead to collapse of building. Then, on March 13, 2019, 63 Massey Street, Itafaji, Lagos Island. A 5-story building collapsed while Mr. Ambode was the governor. I was made a member of that technical committee to investigate that collapse. You know, what we discovered was foundation problem. There was no soil test. They just constructed shallow foundation. You know, you have how many floors? Let's say roughly about 5 floors. And assuming uniform load per floor, 50 kilonewton per square meter. Multiply it by 5 floors, give you 75 kilonewton per square meter. So, with that loading, force coming down, where should you terminate your foundation? What they constructed was shallow foundation. We are not even sure whether it was wrapped that could check against evil settlement. But here, when we did our own analysis, we discovered that pipe foundation could have stabilized that ground because the soil profile was very loose sand, to about 10 meters. The foundation, even assuming we terminated the pipe foundation at that depth. So, I'm just giving you prominent examples where we saw the relevance of geotechnical engineering. Very interesting. Then, the collapse of 20-story building. They call it 21, but actually it was 20-story building on Gerard Road, Ikoyi. That incident happened on November 1, 2021. I was on channels in Abuja because as the national president of Nigeria Institute of Building, immediately I was invited to that station, and also the pioneer president of BCPG, Building Collapse Prevention. While I was talking on the TV, I didn't know the governor of Lagos State was among the people who are watching my revelation. So as I left the station, he called me direct. A building collapse in Lagos. I was in Abuja. What were you doing there? So when I came to Lagos, we were together on that side. It was a sad experience. Before I even came, I started, because through our building collapse prevention group, we had network of artisans, and I happened to be their patron. Even talk about drillers. So I called the driller, I called them, I started investigating. Who were the drillers that work on that site? Immediately, I got them. I talked to them through our network. They were telling me the number of bags of cement used, what happened on the site. They were using hydraulics, this thing. Look at the network we have built. We had first-hand information before anybody. So what happened? Who conducted the soil test? And so on. We had all the information. Practical. So when we are there with the governor on this side.
Please round up.
It's okay. So I wanted to quickly mention the Banana Island. The collapse of Banana Island. 7-story building. So, because of time, I will that was 2023. So, the collapse of Banana Island also made a revelation about the soil test and the foundation design. So when the soil test was sent to this institution, the feedback was that the soil test the process was not acceptable by the geotechnical engineers. Engineer Ologuto Yanko, engineer Fola Isaiah. All of them analyzed it and had engineer Panuga Yasi. They look at the report and discovered that he had some shortcomings. So, because of time.
Yeah. A round of applause for Builder Kunle Awobodu. It's like Nigeria is almost the epicenter of building collapses in Africa. I can tell you from the data is just reeling out, you will see that only this year alone, I think we have recorded more than 50 building collapses. Only this year, and we are in April. So you can see how we are faring. Having said that, please let me turn to my brother, Engineer Tonye Wamat. Engineer Tonye, let me, for short, Engineer Tonye Wamet. Please, a round of applause for him. Engineer Kunle, Engineer Tonye. Let me come to you, sir. You've had the collapse upon collapse here and there, everywhere in Nigeria. What do you think? Because we see a lot of people, just as he said, agricultural scientists are practicing geotechnical engineering in Nigeria. Geophysicists are doing geotechnical designs in Nigeria. Geologists, they have ventured into a lot of things here in Nigeria. A lot of people play a lot of things here. What do you think? Even the core geotechnical engineers are not even known. Nobody recognizes them. What do you think, in your opinion, can we do to improve geotechnical engineering practice here in this country to curb some of these excesses? Engineer Toye.
Hello, good afternoon or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I had your questions, and the professor, from where the professor started, and the president of Collapse, this spoke about. From my own background, maybe because of my background, we come from basically from the oil and gas design team, where we take very seriously procedures from the offshore platform onto the roadbed. So we take procedures very seriously. Okay, when we have soil tests, what we do, because most of our structures are just deep, some of them are 78 meters deep. In short, in the offshore section, you have deeper. So give us a geotechnical information, we pass it on. I was the head of civil engineering in NETCO, Nigerian Engineering and Technical Company. Yeah, so we use the geotechnical data, we take it to a consultant who will analyze it. And when they analyze it, when we don't see it deep.
That's foreign consultants.
No, local. In short, there was a project in Atlas Cove, where Dr. Ajayi, the renowned Dr. Ajayi, is late now. Yeah, you know him, Dr. Ajayi. He has a Unilag, he has a book. So we had a tank farm we wanted to build with certain diameter. So what we want, Atlas Cove. So what we wanted to do is to preload it. Okay, but the consultant said, somebody said in the team that you can pile it. In our own procedure, we don't do that. We now send it to Nigerian Institute of Engineers to analyze it for us and give us an opinion. That is our practice because of safety. So they now gave us their own opinion. Based on that, Professor Jai was able to go and do the foundation. So that is our practice. So what happened is that when I was in the US, there was a building that collapsed. And several years ago, more than 40 years ago, and they asked the builder, who is an architect, what happened? He said he doesn't know, something gave way. He said something gave way. Okay? I had the experience 3 months ago. There was an architect that prescribed a certain geosynthetic to the builder. So the man consulted me, called me, sir, what do we do? I said, this thing he has given to you, I can tell you free. Just go to the market and get a jute mat, and you can just do it yourself. So whoever has given you this wants to put you into trouble. So this is what is supposed to be done. So procedures and getting the right material, the designer can design. When you go to implementation on site, it could be quite different ballgame. So there must be, you must follow your design to ensure that it's actually delivered. So some of our engineers take too much load. You know, I told the professor, I said, load and resistance, that is stress. So if everything in the world is load and resistance, okay, you're going to stress. So if you don't keep to your own format or formation. I used to work in Chevron. In Chevron, what we do is that in Geotechnical, there was a time I was, there's a slope, okay? And the angle of ripples of 33 of sand was exceeded. And so we went into an angle of 45. And I told them that this particular slope will fail. Let us reinforce it. So my supervisor said, Tony, but you did the other one without just reinforcing it. I said, what I did was, I did a layer structure to make sure that I get the strength of that layer of different material mixture, and I got that one right. I said, this one is quite different. So we need to know the difference. So when they send it to California, because we have a principle, if we disagree, they send it to the specialists in California. And the California people said, what Tony said is correct. We should put more layer to intercept the failure, because you have this curve where the thing just intercepts the failure. Yeah. So those are the things we do. So engineers should not buy too much. They should look for professionalism. I cannot go and say, there was a case in the swamp where we have a tank farm, which I designed and is sealed on the cooler. We have 60-meter diameter tank with a 15-meter high. And we did the soil test to 100 meters because you have to multiply the height by 1.5 to go inside. Okay. So when we did it, it went to 100 meters. So when they did the structural, Professor Temer in the University of Port Harcourt, it was sent to him to analyze. When it came back, we are not even sure again. We had to send it to England. So they use places. They use places to model it. So because you have to have professionalism. See, what I'm saying is that there must be layer of information. If you don't layer, even when you're building a road, if you don't layer it too much, you have stress.
That's true.
So
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Tonye for short. Yeah, you will even be surprised that even in this country, professionals are even quarreling among themselves. I don't know whether it happens elsewhere. A structural engineer won't want to even involve the geotechnical expert on the job. You see a lot of, when there are collapses in Nigeria, all these things that the government is setting up, they will set up this committee, go and, how many geotechnical engineers are there? How many are recognized? These are the things that we are talking about. They don't seem to understand what geotechnical engineering is all about. So without being biased, let me not be taken as somebody who is not gender friendly. Let me turn to Professor Fatma Bali. Please, I don't know whether this thing is ready now, but let me ask her or make some statements you respond to. Okay. Professor Fatma, Egypt solved a lot of, in fact, large-scale ground improvement in the Nile Delta and even Cairo, New Cairo. I want to ask you, are there some cost-effective methodologies or strategies that you guys adopted that other African countries could adopt to make sure that we improve performance, we cut costs, and also have value for what we are placing?
Hello? Hello? Yes, good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like to say thank you very much for inviting me to come. This is really an honor and it's really something that I always thought of and wanted to do is coming to Nigeria. Now, you're speaking about two places, the Nile Delta and New Cairo. We have to bear in mind that the Delta is formed by the precipitation of silt coming from Mesopotamia through the river Nile. So the Delta is mainly formed of silt, clay silt material, which is very soft or reasonably or medium. Sometimes it's stiff, of course, but I think we're talking about soft clays, and that's what the question is. It's okay. So we have to bear in mind that we are now talking about clay, soft clay, that has been formed by the sedimentation from the river Nile passing through that basin. Right. To deal with that, looking at it, when if you have a borehole there, we always find the depth of the clay reaches 40 meters some places. Okay? So I have here, if I can, yes, this is the map of Egypt, right? You can see, I don't have a pointer. Do I have a pointer here? Do I have a pointer here? Oh dear. Oh, I think I've messed it all up. It's going very quickly. Red button stops. I don't know what the red button does. أنا مش عارفة بصراحة what it's. I just wanted to find out what is what doing what, because it was going on beautifully, but. Give me the first one. Let's start from there. The second one. Okay, just let me say where I was. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. This one. This one. Right, thank you very much. Right and left. Okay. So looking at the map here, I don't know whether the pointer will work or not as well, but let me just. Sorry, I should have tried this before. Which one? Which one? Just let me know which one. Red button. بحركة Okay, all right. Thank you. Just back and change. Back to simple. Thank you very much. Yes. So we find here that match, and it's. Let me just talk about, because it will take so much time. Cairo, if you, how did I? So looking at it, we find that the river Nile deviates into Damietta and Rosetta, the two branches of it. At the top right-hand side, the river this area here. And anyway, so they've got a place of Port Said, which is part of the basin of the river Nile. And so the depth of clay there is quite deep. It reaches about 30 meters or 20 meters, and it goes down to a lot of. So this is a project of a railway that was taking place in Port Said area, which is at the top in the basin. It's part of the basin of the river Nile. This project. This project was meant to be on a 16-kilometer railways, okay? And they were thinking of finding out a way to reduce the consolidate the settlement of that soil and to increase the bearing capacity of it. They tried two methods. One method was to put wick drains. The other method was to use stone columns. And the third plot they had as a pilot plot was using just a pre-loading over the soil without having any helping methods to reduce the water content, increasing the bearing capacity, and reducing the settlement that is to take place. This is what it looks like, the boring. So we've got a range of 34, 35 meters of clay, at the top of which is 3 meters or around of sand, and the groundwater table is just half a meter from the ground surface. In this situation now, they studied the three cases. The three cases, one was partial soil. I'm not able to look at it from the back. It's better if I. So let me just look at it here. Okay. So we have the three columns presenting the soil without being any treatment, only just putting a surcharge. The second, the column, the third column here, we have the vertical drains, which are wick drains, and the one on the right-hand side here is the shear column, stone columns. Okay. استنى عايز اشوف اللي ورا. This is the problem. So now we find, if you compare the three of them for cost, we find that the most expensive is the stone columns, after which comes the type, which is the one without any additional work, which is just putting a surcharge on the top of the ground, and the one in the middle column shows the least in price. The least is the one with the wick drains. After this, they looked at the option for the time that it takes. We find that it takes a longer time in case of the wick drains, whilst in case of the stone columns, it takes a very short period of time. So I think, or they thought at the end, that using stone columns is the best to be used, because the stone columns are expensive if they go deep, but if we make them in a depth which is not, if the depth is not very much, it's not very deep, then stone columns would be okay. If you want to go so deep, then in that case, wick drains would be the ones to be used. So if we're talking about clay soil, which is the case in the basin of the river Nile, we go for the option of stone columns. This is why. Yes. So from this chart, we can see that the method used in case of the stone columns, if it is in Africa, and which is the cheapest, yani, which is the one when it is used. Let me have a look. Okay, so in the first for the top typical 2026 cost in Africa. We find that stone columns are quite expensive in that sense. They are expensive, but they can work only enough, all right, until a depth of 6 to 8 meters. When it is cheap if we don't go further down. Okay, if they're not more than 10. They are used for small, medium footprint, which means that the area that they will serve is not a big area. Immediate bearing capacity is needed, so that in that case we use stone columns. We get a good bearing capacity, which is 2 to 3 times more, and a reduction in the settlement, which is 30 to 60% settlement reduction. So in case of stone columns, we get good bearing capacity, less settlement, but the cost is high if we go below 10 meters. We go above 10 meters. Below 10 meters, we're okay. Coming then to the wick drains. Wick drains are used for vast areas because they are only 1.5 or 2 meters spacing between one and the other, so we can have them, and then they're cheap. Their price is far less than them. They're nearly half price. The square meter for stone columns, square meter is twice as much as a square meter in installment of wick drains. So in case of wick drains, in deep soft clays, and if there's over 10 meters deep, that is okay, they're cheaper. If for larger areas, more than 5 square kilometers, they are okay. And the time is the problem. Wick drains take a long time until they show any effect with the consolidation of the soil. So in this case, this also emphasizes the fact that stone columns are better to use than coming here to another project. This project was done at the office of Professor Hamza. Professor Marwan Shahid was involved with it. And this is the area that they had to build a group of oil tanks. These oil tanks had this, the layout of them was like this. There are 29 of them, some of them varying from 21 meters diameter to 52 meters diameter. These tanks were imposing great amount of load on the ground surface. This load was sort of overlapping, so it increased the stresses, causing the soil, which is clay soil, to settle further. The clay soil profile is as seen. The blue is the clay, top and bottom is sand. So as seen, we find that the sand comes down to about 40 or 40 plus meters of sand, of clay. The clay is quite deep. And they also thought of using either wick drains or stone columns. They looked at which of the two improvements to use. If they were to load the soil with the preloading only, they would only get drainage in one direction, which is a long path of drainage. Whilst if they installed stone columns in the soil, this would help drain sideways and vertically in the stones, which would make it quicker. So there was limitations as well. They found when they came to install the wick drains, that the wick drains machines would not go as far down as 40 meters. So that in that case, they sort of had a reason for not implementing the wick drains. The need for deep ground improvement was the stone columns.
Please, a round of applause for Professor Fatma Bali. That clap is too small. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a whole lot of questions here, but due to want of time, I'm going to go straight to the audience questions. And Let me start with the with the president of ISSMG, Dr. Mark Baluz. He has questions. Please, I'll be taking your questions and comments from the audience. Thank you. Dr. Mark.
Well, thank you all for a nice panel discussion. But now you got me depressed with collapses and negative comments and problems. Now I want your minds to answer this question about the future. And this question is for the young engineers. It's your conference. I want to ask the young engineers, you have to raise your hand and answer in 20 seconds. In the year 2100, will we be needed because of AI or not? If you want to answer, will the artificial intelligence replace us? You have 20 seconds.
Well, my name is Engineer Sunday Opadi. I have often said this on site. Despite the introduction of AI, but AI cannot supervise the installation of pile information or pile installation. AI cannot supervise it.
Any other answer before I let the panel? Yes, stand up.
Yeah, in the year 2000, AI cannot replace geotechnical engineer in the sense that geotechnical engineer is a very practice in terms of by the time you are bringing some of the soil out, you have to analyze it, you have to know the texture of the soil, you have to know the bearing capacity and all those stuff. So definitely geotechnical engineer will see the relevance irrespective of the AI induction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other answer? President of, the VP first.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay.
VP has 40 seconds.
Okay. Well, I want to recall your answer when you asked this question. God only knows. Only God knows. Only God knows. But, okay, what I want to say, okay, no, AI cannot replace. AI cannot replace us, okay? Because AI does not have judgment. You mentioned in your lecture today that we need to have theory, we have to have calculations, and so on. But at the end, we need judgment. AI will not have judgment.
Thank you. No engineering judgment in AI. President.
Thank you, my president. Let me quote the current president of Institution of Civil Engineer, UK. He said something, AI will not replace experts, but those who know how to use AI will replace them. Thank you, sir.
Good. Young engineers, anybody would like to tell me? Yes. 20 seconds.
Okay, so I think AI will aid in the calculations, but when it comes to decision makings with incomplete data, AI can still not do that in the year 2.
Thank you. Anyone else? Where? Yeah. 2 mics. Yuli, you have to give us your opinion.
Yes, AI cannot replace humans, engineers, because we have what we call soil variability. And this variability is also dynamic.
Dynamic.
Yeah. So
I like this.
So based on that, there is no way AI gets a permanent data for judgment. Thank you.
In the year 2100, you want to say, before I give it to the panelists, because Chris, I got everyone excited now. Chris, you have 35 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I will disagree with you, sadly.
because there are huge advances in instrumentation and monitoring. You're talking about pile supervision. The piles will be measuring the forces and loads as they're installing everywhere. They'll have better data and the variability that you can analyze when you go home and look at all your results. But I still think there will be a limited number of experts that have to train and develop the system. Sorry.
Oh, you did well, 28 seconds. But I agree with you. Your turn. We'll come back. We'll come back to the audience. Oh, more in the audience. Yes. The young lady, stand up, please.
Okay, I think AI cannot replace geotechnical engineering because, as the word implies, artificial intelligence, and we need real intelligence besides the artificial intelligence, that is the AI, was created by real minds. So I don't think AI can replace geotechnical engineering. Thank you.
Anyone else? Good. Mike?
So, in my opinion, I would say it will not fully replace, but it will change the job market structure. Because though it can help us to be efficient, to check a lot of things out in so many ways, but since things are advancing in that level, if we are not embracing, we are not advancing ourselves, we'll be left behind with using our own traditional method. So let's adjust ourselves because we're going to change a lot of things in the job market as well. But it's not replace
It will
us
change the
fully.
job market. I like that. Anyone else? Panelists. Oh, now we're talking. Senior. You have 42 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think we need to face the reality of the time. AI will play a very key role, extremely very key role, even in the near future. But what will happen is that if we do not up our game as practitioners, we will become redundant because AI is basically literature survey. They have capacity to access data faster than your limited self. So AI can access data about what you want to do across the globe and bring the data down to you. So for it to be relevant and compete or operate and utilize AI, you must up your game. Because if you understand your environment much better, you can interpret what the AI is presenting to you. It's same garbage in, garbage out. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the answer. Anyone else? We want to hear their opinion. Professor, oh, Bridget, the young voice. Stand up, please.
Yeah.
You have, because I know you have 2 minutes. No, 20 seconds.
In my opinion, someone has to be made responsible for decisions being made. So on the legal aspect, AI cannot replace engineers because there's always someone that has to be made responsible for a decision that is made.
You want Soha? Let's see Soha. Last one before we go to the panelists.
I agree with most of you that AI can't replace us, but it will play a very key role because AI basically takes all the information, so it gives what it's fed. If it doesn't have all the knowledge, it won't give us everything, but it can help us to be better. And also, geotechnical engineers are basically practitioners, and we work in the field, and AI can't work in the field. It can help us with instruments and measurements. It can help us with analysis. But in the field, still, there will be geotechnical engineers in the field. Thank you.
One by one, I'd like to hear, as
that's
president, your opinion.
This question is a very practical question and requires a very realistic answer. You know, the role of AI actually is like the role of computers and modeling. And like my friend there said, in computer applications, garbage in, garbage out. Whether I call it Plaxis, modeling, or whatever, It is humans that will generate the ideas that will feed into those models and come up with an answer. I was telling the president sometime when we were sitting there that I had a problem in Bonny, Ireland, which was outsourced to a very big multinational. I don't need to mention names. They hired me because they had a failure, total collapse of the foundation in oil facility. You know, those who know Bonny is headquarters of oil business in Nigeria. Now, they were looking for solution. They were told to come and meet me. I went there. I did the work. They flew in their chief engineer from South Korea, who came in. And they brought him in because they did not have faith in the local practitioners. I laughed. The guy did his work and came up with a solution that the settlement was 1 mm, some places 0, some places 2 mm. I did my own analysis, and I was getting 50 mm, 45, more realistic. Now he told me, they were shouting that my settlement was too much. I told them that the guy who said it's bad doesn't know what he's talking about. And I asked him, can you show? He said, use Plaxis 8, just that period, or Plaxis 12. And I said, can you show me what the model you put in? He showed me model by Braja Das, you know him. And when he was developing that model in his book, there was a big error in his expressions. This guy copied it, line, hook, and sinker. Now, when he showed me his results, I told my friend, sit down, give me your money. He brought it. I had the book. I already corrected that error and told Braja Das when I met him in Cyprus. He said he was going to correct it. Now, when I took him through the error, the guy shouted and surrendered. And they hosted me in Bonny for giving them good solution. So AI.
Still a great guy.
AI is good. But let me tell you, in the university today, if you give homework problems to students, they will click AI. AI will generate answers for them. They will write and pass to you. You say, excellent. Those answers,
it's faster.
AI, those answers being delivered by AI are what experts like us wrote down, and the AI will fed into the system based on idealizations, which cannot take care of the variability in geotechnical engineering materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
The question is, because they are missing it, will AI put us aside in the year 2100?
Well, this question is very relevant.
We will be dead.
But sentiment, self-preservation, fear of irrelevance is directing our reply or response. There is a statute in Helsinki. It is written there. The recognition of reality is the beginning of wisdom. Was it not last week, Sunday, Opani? I called Ebenezer, soil test to be done on Lagos Island, that it requires many points. Get one of these, our old drillers, to come and do the work. They needed expertise approach. They called one of them said that that kind of habilis job, they don't do that again. Where are you going to see a driller that will be doing comprehensive tests on site for soil tests? I was afraid. And that is the reality.
I see you smile.
We are talking of AI
at geotechnical analysis level. But you need field data, institute data to make your analysis. But what those guys are bringing from the field, are they right? They have been manipulated. Manipulated institute results. Most of the sites you visit, SPT rod might be missing. So many other things, tools required might not be available. They will not even get to that. They don't take the right SCP. It now dawned on me that let us have something like AI at practical level, which is robots. You could see robots now coming up to be conducting soil tests because the use, they don't want to do shell and that we are doing because it's very strenuous. So we have very few drillers now. So in that case, there will be advancement in technology and the way of now determining bearing, the strength of subsoil has to be scientifically modified. Sophistication. So definitely we are welcoming robots, that is AI, at practical level for the artisans in geotechnics.
Thank you. Dr. Fatma, professor, what do you think will happen to us in 2100 as geotechnical engineers?
Right, thank you. I think personally that the information that AI obtains comes from us. We are the ones that float the information around. It collects it, it analyzes it, and then we take it back. It's just the same of something it reminds me of. I don't know how many of you have experienced the slide rule. When we were young, engineers as your age, we used something called the slide rule, a very monotonous way of multiplying and getting a log or what have you. After that, the calculator came up. Okay, lovely, it saves some of our time. So what happened? We don't multiply, but we're doing other more important things, all right? We got now the computer, right? So what happens is this. These are tools God sent to us, or guided us to invent, so that they help us to advance. You look at yourself 100 years back, what was it like? People were just on camels, on donkeys, but then they got something more. This gave them time to do something even more. You progress. So I think AI will not replace us. We are actually going to use our brains to invent something even more advanced than AI, right? And that's why, because it saved us time.
Don't clap too much because my answer will shock you. I love you so much. Tony.
Yeah. You know, when you go into systems engineering and you have to do man-machine interface, for every system engineering you have supervisory. There's a supervisory. So any system that doesn't have supervisory, then that's a problem. AI has a supervisory. So he cannot go beyond the supervisor. Okay? So AI will not overtake us. Rather, we will use it to enhance ourselves because it cannot over the system, which is AI, which is an integration of knowledge, cannot overtake the knowledge bearer. So thank you very much.
They're all against me. Dr. Sebastian.
Okay. Let me attempt to answer the question posed by the president. I will say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that some people will be swallowed by AI or any other new development that will come that year he is talking about? No, in the sense that if we up our game, or those of us who will be alive by then, I hope we will be alive by then. Then, if we up our game, that means that no shaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to hear my answer? The answer of the president. $2,100. Maybe some of us will be alive. Maybe. So you have to close your eyes and think you are dead, watching the earth, bunch of engineers, robots, and artificial intelligence there. There will not be artificial intelligence, guys. Already ASI is around, which is artificial super intelligence, taking data from AI and not using us already. There are robots who can dance with synchronicity together, 20 robots. There are drones that can do figures in 3D in the air already. Not 2,100. Now, there are doctors, Dr. Ramson from the USA, who said, he's a very famous doctor, he said, humbly, ChatGPT is more powerful than my opinion when it comes to diagnosis. Already. You have to be humble and say, gosh, I wish in 2100 I can work for AI.
Please, a round of applause for the president.
I've always been like this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there more comments or questions to the panelists before this session closes? Please, I have the chairman of Nigerian Institution of Geotechnical Engineers, Engineer Fade Lawrence. Please give him microphone so that he can ask his question. Mic to him, please.
Excuse me.
Yes, thank you, our great panelists, for the wonderful presentation. Yes, I just want to quickly say that in the area of Nigerian codes, yes, we're on the road currently because Nigerian Society of Engineers, which Nigerian Association of Geotechnical Engineers is one of the divisions under there. There's a very strong committee at headquarter level for codes and standard, which I'm privileged to be part of this couple of years. And even the current consulted committee, I'm one of them. Yes, we are looking at one where we are developing, for example, the Euro code as we nationally determined parameters, that is national annex. If we are adapting, Nigeria, we have not even adapted. Like South Africa, some other countries have adapted. We are just configuring, picking this, picking India code, picking Euro code, picking ACI, American concrete, whatever, here and there. Now, we may be looking at developing our national annex due to our weather, the climate, and the whatever, working into the science and principle of the probably Eurocode itself. Again, I want to ask Ma, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Once again, I want to ask, in the area of, in the option of weak drain and surcharge, how do we treat the interface between the weak drain after slotting the weak drains before do we have coarse aggregates enclosed with geotextile materials so that by the time the poor water is coming out, it will be able to spread out before placing probably the tanks or whatever we are placing? Thank you.
Hello? Yes. You would like, I just wanted to understand a little bit more. You are asking about the water coming through the weak drains?
No, I know the essence of weak drain is to bring out the poor water.
Yes.
And then if the surcharge is closing the discharge end to the formation, to the grade. I'm saying the interface, let's say this is the natural ground level, the PVC down, the vertical drain, PVD down, the weak drain, then probably there will be natural ground, there will be heap of coarse, maybe chipping stones, wrap into geotextile before the surcharge, so that when the water comes in between there, it's spread out, and then consolidation is facilitated.
Well, I'd rather, I'm sorry, I can't understand the question.
No, can I answer? Can I answer him? Yeah, let me answer him. Can I answer you? So when you have, what she said is this now. You have a weak drain because you have tanks and you have to preload it. So when you put the weak drain, you put it in the clay layer. That is where you want to consolidate. Okay, in between, you have a drainage layer. That drainage layer is where the water comes out.
Yeah, that's the question I asked.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. I couldn't understand.
Okay.
So yes, that's what they do when they come to install the weak drain.
Do you have geotextile around that, geotextile material around that filter drains in between?
What happens is they've got a machine. I don't think I've got it here, but they've got a machine by which they get the weak drain. The end of it, it's like a strip of material, a textile material, and it's hooked to something. They push down like a needle. It goes down. It's in.
Yeah,
inside.
I've experienced the introduction of weak drains. It's just the interface. Yeah, that's a machine like a roller, cut. Yes, after that, the ground and between the ground and now the tank, will there be what he has just said now, so that the water can spread?
The water will go sideways.
Sideways.
Go up through the weak drain, and then at the top there is a blanket like they put another material by which the water porous enough so the water drains through. And on top of that, they have the rubble or whatever fill they have.
Okay.
So the price is cheap for the material that goes in, but it could be expensive with the
stone column.
Because if you don't have a material around you where you can get from a quarry, for instance, little pebbles, sands, it would be stones.
Stone columns now go.
Okay, or bags of sand or whatever material as a surcharge. If that is cheap, then you have a cheap whole system. It will be all cheap. If that's expensive, that can cost much, then that will be adding to the system. The thing is this: if it's big area, you're happy, okay, because they are very cheap and they are 1 to 2 meters apart, so you can make 50. They say 5,000 square meters of this thing. So you're okay, you're happy. If not, then you're in trouble with costs. But the time is the problem.
Yeah.
The time it takes a
The
long time.
consolidation rates.
You have to wait.
You have to allow the settlement to take. Thank you.
Okay, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. And thank you, Mark, for your interesting question. I have an answer for you. I mean, actually, when you put the mandrel, the equipment that's a mandrel that just insert the prefabricated drains inside the soil, there is usually a zone around it that we call it a smear zone. This is basically disturbing the soil around the vertical drain. And this is usually, it is taken into account during the analysis of the dissipation of water through the drains. And on the top, you will have the vertical, the
the drainage layer that he mentioned. Okay, does this answer the question?
Another question? Thank you. Let me take from the student from Ghana. From Ghana. Stand up and take your. Okay, Prof, want to make comment? Okay, Prof, go ahead. Sorry.
Good evening, members. I just want to remind us why we are here this afternoon. Look at the theme of the conference, innovations and best practices in engineering, and relating it to what our panelists have told us. There are two major issues I want to look at now. One is we are already in Nigeria, we're already equating soil tests to genetic engineering practice. And that's where our first problem starts. Genetic engineering is not soil tests. And that's why we are missing it. We should all know. Genetic engineering, you are evaluating your site for geological works, not soil tests. Let's all take that correction, please. When you say soil tests, agriculture can do soil tests. Geology can do soil tests. Biology can do soil tests. But with genetic engineering, you know it's genetic engineering purposes. Let's try and correct that one from now on. When we start discussing that way, then we know what we are doing. Next aspect is that we always give statistics of failures. It's not correct. We should give in relative terms. There's a common saying, Queens never does wrong. Why? Because Queens doesn't do anything. If you don't do anything, you can't do anything wrong. When there's no traffic, you can't have accidents. But when you have traffic, you must have accidents. That's the problem we always give. Lagos will have more failures than a minor village in the hinterland because the development in Lagos is far higher than in those areas. So let's give in so many houses in Lagos, so many fails. In proportionate terms, let's be talking that way. It's be more meaningful than just giving the adequate values. For example, Nigeria is about 200 million. You are going to have more problems than the country just 10 million. So let's try and use that. For example, accidents, when you talk about accident rates, you give accident per number of kilometer, vehicle per liter run, not just number of accidents. So I want us to know from there, and let's start campaigning now that genetic engineering is not soil test. Let's start to do that one. By the time you do that, people in government will know and they will register us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Ghana student.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Suburu from Ghana, geotechnical engineer, and then a master's candidate in geotechnical engineering, KNUST. Listening to the statistics, especially with respect to building collapse, I realized that over 450 cases were recorded. And then from what I took from the discussion, the approach is trying to let them have the geotechnical investigation before the construction. So what do we do post-construction? What steps are we taking to have post-construction geotechnical engineering assurance in Nigeria specifically? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that
I have a thank you very much for that question. And I want to relate that question to the opening statement of Professor Jimo. Professor Jimo, I'm referring to you. There was something you said, which is a very common mistake. There is this error committed by many people, engineers and non-engineers, that once you say geotechnical engineering, their mind goes to soil testing. Anybody who can bring out soil from the ground once he can drill, either shallow or whatever type of borehole, pick soil, test it, he has turned himself or is regarded as a geotechnical engineer. That is wrong. Geotechnical engineering is a very powerful civil engineering practice. What you get from soil testing is like relevant information for you to engineer the subsurface. That question you asked, my good friend from Ghana, is an eye-opener. What the answer is that as a geotechnical engineer, if you design the substructure of any building, it's not a one-off, it's not a hit and run event, activity. There is what we call post-construction monitoring. But there are 3 stages. I had a fuzzy set I developed in that long time ago. Pre-construction, construction, and post-construction stages of your involvement as a geotechnical engineer. You come up with the framework for the construction because you have to go to site, do whatever you like or what is required, call it geotechnical investigation, to come up with all the parameters that will be used during the construction stage. You will be there during the construction stage to make sure that what we designed, but those parameters you get, you use it to design the substructure. I know we have a problem. Structural engineers always come in and tell us that it is their business to design the foundation elements. No problem. But that must be done in conjunction with the geotechnical engineer. Because all the structural engineer does is to ask you, what's the bearing capacity? What's this? That's nonsense. I don't even agree to give them more. I deny them that request. Come, let us have the person that will tell you what to do. So after the design stage or construction stage, when the building is up, you must be there to monitor it. Monitor to make sure that the settlement you predicted is okay and other things. And make sure that the structural stability you predicted is in order or is actually manifesting. So that you have seen the answer to your question. It don't hit and run. The geotechnical engineer must be there from the beginning, even after the end. Because if anything happens, if that structure fails, everybody will accuse the soil. Everybody will accuse the geotechnical engineer until post-failure analysis exonerates you. You get what I'm saying? We have failure prevention, failure monitoring, made up of builders, architects, people, survey, everybody, no problem. And the first impression they have is that the geotechnical engineer has done it again, has caused the collapse. Relax. They are right because there's no other thing they can say. You just pray that the monitoring process or the investigation process clears you. That is by saying that the failure was not caused by design shortcomings or soil failure. If it's not caused by soil failure, which means your design was all right, then you can go and start drinking and celebrating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof, I just want to quickly clarify what Prof just said. Maybe you are trying to resolve a problem. A difficult, a notice issue on the ground. From what you have said now, the geotechnical engineers have no business with soil tests. If that is the case, the geologists in Lagos or in Nigeria will be so excited. So let us clarify that so that what you say here might carry so much weight. So geotechnical engineers now should stay away from soil test. Ah. So that so it's very important now. Hey, Sunday Okpani, hey, Engineer Lokutoye. So they say you to withdraw from soil test. The geologists will celebrate that from tomorrow. So please. Yes.
Okay, can we to Engineer Barry? Engineer Barry Simone.
Thank you, moderator.
Yeah.
This is the comment I had wanted to make. The initial response was to the question of the president. Because I listened to the panelists, and issues being discussed are very germane issues. I start, first of all, with the professor who dealt with the challenge of our soil, type of soil vis-a-vis the codes. I think it's important to let, since this audience and this gathering is essentially for the students, it's important that they understand the dynamics and evolution of geotechnical engineering. And so they will know their responsibility in the chain of command. They will know the task ahead of them. Codes and codification is a process of documenting experience both in the lab and in the field for ease of practice. That's what code is all about. We cannot continue to blame unavailability of Nigerian code for improper practice. We can't excuse that anymore. Yes, every student of geotechnics, even basic soil mechanics, understands the difference between undisturbed soil parameters and disturbed soil parameters. And we have so much information, especially if I go back to my friend from the oil and gas industry. If there's any segment of the country where extensive soil investigation has been done, documented by good professionals, let me put it that way, is in oil and gas industry. But the point is that all those data, all those information are in their library. It's not available in the society. And therefore, it is difficult to begin to talk about codification in Nigeria when the basic data is not available to the public. So students will be challenged with their projects, will involve going to the oil companies and getting these reports done by proper geotechnical investigation companies and geotechnical engineers and begin to extract the basic parameters required to codify your practice. Basically, what you are talking about in your practice is establish carrying capacity of your soil and their behavior over time. That's what you're looking for. And in all that, for building, people end up with basically bearing capacity and settlement considerations. But geotechnical engineering is beyond building. Building is one of the smallest elements or challenge in geotechnical engineering. So when we talk about geotechnical engineering, they think about subsoil investigation. Far from it. The most challenging infrastructural project where geotechnical engineer is heavily demanded is dam engineering. It's in dam engineering. The man subsoil investigation man here can't get into a dam engineering investigation. First of all, before you even start your investigation, you need to design the investigation procedure. You need to design what you are looking for to be able to know the type of rig, the depth of the rig, the capacity. That's geotechnical engineering decision. The man you have hired to bring a rig to drill, it's a driller. It's not a geotechnical engineer. That's number one. Number two, Tazaki informed us very clearly that the presence of a geotechnical engineer in the site can cut down the scope of investigation by 50%. His presence alone. It is because he's not available at every site. That's why he can specify collection of sample at intervals. If he is there, he can change the intervals. because he's the one to make the decision. If he finds uniformity for 10 meters, he doesn't need to collect at every 1.5 interval because he will burden himself with data or tests he will never have value for. It's the geotechnical engineer that can make that decision, not the driller. So when we send the driller, because he doesn't know how to make that decision, we give him to obtain your parameters at intervals. The use of those parameters are the issue. That's where the geotechnical engineers are needed. So talking about geologists coming in because they can drill, geophysicists, I hire them. They work for me. For most of the site investigation I've done in dam engineering, the first person I take to site is the geologist. And I'll be there with him. After the geologist, I will send in the geophysicist before I move in my drillers. Because based on the geologist, I will design the geophysical investigation plan. From that plan I have designed, I'll send the man to the field. When he gets me the data, based on the data, I will design the drilling investigation plan. That's the geotechnical engineering. It is when you finish that plan that you can now send the driller. Go get me this, go get me that. And when he comes back, you also design the lab test. It's not every time, oh, sieve analysis, no. You design the test that will provide the parameter you're looking for to do the evaluation of interest. So these are the things you must be very conscious of as a geotechnical engineer. Don't be scared that people drill water borehole. They are drillers. Sometimes I use water borehole drillers. They don't know what I want. I know he has competence to drill up to 100 meters. I hire him to drill, but I'll be at the site. As he's drilling, I'm getting the parameter I need for my evaluation. He will not know it. So it is important to know who you are and what your duties are in the field, and not submit to no, I don't want to call them quacks. They have their role in the chain. But don't give the responsibility beyond their role. They can't take responsibility beyond their role. Some of us here who have worked with me will tell you exactly that every minute, even when you're a professional, every minute I'll follow you through. I interrogate your investigation. I check what you're doing in the field. I check what you're doing in the lab. You must continuously check. So there is so much for you to do. So don't be scared. Don't be worried about the drillers. They are working for you. In fact, you need to know many of them. Because if I give you an assignment in 5 sites, you need to have 5 drillers drilling at 5 sites. You can't be at the 5 sites. So please, that is as to that. And we need to get our boys, some of us in academics, need to engage the students to go to some of these oil companies to fish out documents of soil investigation report. Well done. Analyze them. Develop what we call subgrade contour parameters. It does not preclude you are going to the field when you have the next job. But it gives you the preliminary analysis to be able to scope your work properly. If we do not do that, we will still be saying that, oh, we are using this code, we don't have parameters. We have so much information now. But they are not organized. They need to be organized. I remember in 2002, when we had a conference. And I also remember the first inaugural lecture given by Professor Ola. He made a key point, and nobody has kept that point. The point he made is this. It should become mandatory. Every hole drilled in Nigeria, the log will be deposited with a body. You don't just drill it, it will be a condition. The log, not necessarily the soil log itself, but the log you have done, the parameter will be deposited. Either Institute of Geotechnical Engineering must collect all of them. Students can come there and research to analyze them and be able to say, oh, within this region, this is about what they are getting. Between this region, this is about what that's the step from where you move to codification. God doesn't drop from heaven. That we are in tropics doesn't preclude us from doing what Skempton did in London clay. We can do that for our satellite, for our laterite, and we are doing that already. But we are not organizing our knowledge. They are scattered in various places. So we must begin to put them together and organize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Before we go further, please, there are people online who have not actually recognized them. Do we have some people online that will want to make comment or ask questions?
So do I need to make myself clearer?
If we have some people online, please raise your hand and ask your question. If you have, otherwise we'll continue. His Royal Highness, Dr. George Eze, are you there? Are you there, please? Okay. Prof, just very brief, please.
Yes, very brief indeed. Thank you very much for raising that point. And I thank you very much for trying to explain. What I've been saying and what we have been misunderstanding is that in Nigeria, you just say soil test. Soil test, that's what you do. And that's not geotechnical engineering investigation. That's what the point we are making. The ability to do some tests in lab doesn't make you geotechnical engineering. Decision making is part of engineering, and that's what you are saying. It's not that we don't say we shouldn't do tests. You have to do tests, but the decision you make from tests depends on your experience and your ability. That's lacking. And I don't know if you believe in Nigeria, people who do tests, that's what they look at them. But we are not doing tests, but do geotechnical engineering. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? Thank you. Maybe
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Before this session is closed, please, I want Engineer Ajadi Semiu of Water to please make some comments. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Sincerely, I must just tell you that I'm so much happy to be here, and truly, I've been here to learn a lot. As a student of engineering, at least I've been in the practice in the last 3 decades, but what I've learned today has been the take home that I know I'll put more interest in this area of geotechnics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. So, finally, can the panelists make their final comments on this before we close? Let me start with Professor Fatma Bali.
Yes, I just wanted to say something about a topic that concerns us all in Africa, and that's the code of practice. We are talking about Eurocode and what have you, and we're importing things like this in our continent, which is a shame. What I wanted to emphasize is this. In Egypt, when we came to write our code, and that was back in 1986, 85, in those days, I was just a little student coming from Britain, and they put me on a committee for deep foundations, which is my specialization. What happened was this. We were making use of the Canadian code, the British code, and the German DEN. The three of these we were studying, and then we took the equations and we had to modify them so that they would suit our environment. This took place, and we had our first edition out in 1991. I'm just telling you a history of something that has started in Egypt in those days. They continued on every a year or so, and then they meet again, and they start to see what's new on the market. From the database we are able to collect, because we started collecting the database in those days. We reached an extent at the end, and that happened in 2014. This is history. I just want you to mark this. There is some group of contractors that came to work in the south and middle of Africa, and they are the Arab contractors. People might have heard of these people. They had the vision of why not have a code for Africa. So they approached our Ministry of Housing in Egypt and allocated some money to start with one of the African countries, and that was Equatorial Guinea. So if anybody from here that comes from that part of the world, they have to go back and trace why did this project not continue. In our side, it didn't continue because of finances, as usual. That's the dilemma of Africa. We are a rich continent and we are drained. We don't have the money. The money goes to the pockets of someone else. So now the issue for young people like you is we need to have a library with data based on the boreholes, on whatever information you can get from. For instance, we have one now starting, or it has been started a few years back, on pile testing. Collect pile testing information from all over Egypt. Of course, if it's better, all over Africa. In that case, if we have a bank like this with information, then we can use that in getting a code, a decent code that we can abide by, not deal on or rely on people that we import from them stuff that is in most of the cases rubbish. We cannot implement it. They don't have lateritic soils. They don't have cotton wool, what you call black cotton soils. They don't have our problems. They don't have our climate. You see what I mean? So it's just is something, a ball in the court of the young people of these countries. So I just wanted to emphasize this, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Engineer Tonya for short, please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I think in my own perspective, from my own experience, the young engineer should go from, that is the geotechnical engineers, go from the subsoil investigation to design. And when they design, they give the parameters to the next engineer, who is the civil engineer. They should ensure that there are procedures and there are quality assurance and quality control. They should control their parameters. They should give the engineer, the civil engineer, the right parameters, and they should ensure that things they don't understand, they should ask their seniors, because some of them, you give them jobs and they go there. The geotechnical engineer is the soil investigation man. He's the civil engineer, and he builds a house, and we have a problem. Yeah, because when you have a pile, and you have a foundation and you cantilever, or you want to put a load, the code has given somebody that is Nigerian Society of Engineers have designated somebody. And so by law, you are not supposed to go beyond your limit. Or you say liquid limit. If not, you have a plastic flow. So we must ensure that we follow procedure, and they will arrive. And after then, we should go into post-construction. Because sometimes when you design a road, you put a settlement plate. You come once in a while. Some of those things must be put in your bill 1. So we must ensure that we do the right thing, and we will get there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And then Builder Kunle Awabudu.
Post-construction geotechnical work. Take us to subsidence, monitoring. It's an area now we need to look at. It's an open area. Because every year, students are becoming graduates of engineering. Labor market is a challenge. Now, taking it from this angle of subset investigation, there were very few companies that were doing this. So fund, foundation engineering, and survey in those days. Only for me to meet one of the engineers of our survey, geotechnical engineer. What are you doing now? I'm supervising construction work. You are no longer very brilliant. No, there's no money in it. He could not take care of my family. That's the problem. We have campaigned, mobilized through our advocacy for the government to make it now compulsory for buildings above 2 floors to embark on subsoil investigation. So the jobs are there. But unfortunately, if you embark on comprehensive subsoil investigation,
you might not make any gains because the money being paid there is nothing to write home about. The architect, the structural engineers that are designing, they will not go to site with any machine for site work or laboratory work. But if you look at it, they take more fee than the geotechnical engineers. It's a problem that we need to address. And how to address this is not to work in isolation. A platform like BCPG, which were recognized by the federal government, can also assist. Because this year, next year, there will be new graduates. Where will they source income? Please, let us be hopeful and be courageous.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Professor Samuel Ejezia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I will beg to say things which to me represent a communique from this panel session. If you listen very carefully, a few things have been said that are critical. One of them is that geotechnical engineering practice is grossly undermined, either intentionally or unintentionally, undermined. Two, we have to say we are, because if we don't say we are, nobody will say thou art, as the builder has just told us. And doing that means compelling those who undermine geotechnical engineering practice to stop. Enough is enough. Just briefly, one or two few sentences. Number one of us here confessed that he engages non-engineers to go to site for him, do this, and then he keeps them aside. I want to inform him most respectfully that those people he engages like that turn around behind him and go to other places to compete with him as geotechnical engineers. Because as far as they are concerned, a geotechnical engineer sent them to site, and as far as they are concerned, they've known they are now geotechnical engineers. Those are the quacks we are battling. Number two, the so-called quacks are very powerful in government, and they are the people that actually diminish our income and make geotechnical engineering practice unattractive. Anything, if you go to government to complain, they are there already before you. You send memos to legislators, they have representatives there. For your information, you send memo even to our regulating bodies. They stop you. You won't get any positive attention. It has happened to this body. So please, number one statement. We should avoid being complicit with the authorities who pass legislations empowering non-engineering, non-geotechnical engineering bodies to approve geotechnical reports. We have been told that governments have made geotechnical engineering reports mandatory before building designs are approved. I will remind us here, without ambiguity, that our so-called geotechnical reports are now being what language do I use? Manufactured without visiting the sites and attached to building designs, structural designs, architectural designs, and approvals given. No qualified geotechnical engineer has ever undertakes the preparation of those reports. I'm not guessing. This is the practice. Can you imagine if mysteriously a geotechnical engineering report will be concocted, signed by whom I don't know, appended to architectural and duly prepared and signed architectural and structural designs. Geotechnical design will now be manufactured as if it is a cut and paste from somewhere and approval given. It's common, all of us know. That's only pretending. If you want to, you go for your building approval now, first they will tell you, bring some money, give them some money. The geotechnical engineering report will be given to you. That's nonsense. That is wrong. We should do whatever we can to stop it. They've even gone to an extent of some governments legislating that non-geotechnical engineering bodies now are authorized to approve geotechnical engineering designs. This is wrong now. Where do we go from here? I know that there's a case we are still fighting. I don't know whether we have resolved. I don't know whether we have won it. Those from where is Ebenezer? Have we won that case? Or we have lost out as usual? But the people behind it are very powerful. So you see, let us ignore those deficiencies and focus on our best, because the title of this conference is Innovations and Best Practices for Africa's Development. My dear YMPG members, forget about the wrong practices. Those are not before you. Focus on best practices in geotechnical engineering. We have seen the problems we have with our peculiar African soils. As others have mentioned, focus on how we can improve research. The codes available, nobody's even telling us to invent the wheel. You can pick Euro code, British code, ASTM, all codes. Bring them, because they are not just like we are making use of Tezagi's principle. All we need to do is bring these codes, study them very well, and identify aspects of them that have nothing to do with our peculiar environment, our African soils. Come up with our own modifications. That is what some of us are doing today, that enables us to practice very well. There are certain things I do. You may think I'm applying the codes, but no, I don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. I pick the code because there are certain things, some procedures already there. I don't need to repeat them. But when they now start, there are certain specifications. I say, no, this won't apply to my peculiar soil. I will change it and replace it with the appropriate things that apply very well. And these are based on the research and efforts being made. So please focus on that. Forget about what people, the elders, are doing. Governments don't help matters, but that shouldn't concern you. Focus on research. Tomorrow is bright for you. Geotechnical engineering is the right way to go. It is like the president asked, AI will do this. AI is useful. As we grow, we are the people that will be directing the AI, because the soil is not, soil is highly variable. It's what you come up with in your research that you feed into AI system. And AI will now be using it to generate results as if it is AI's making. It is your making. AI cannot operate without the effort of experts. The AI will only improve on your efficiency. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, a round of applause for the panelists. From me, please, I want to thank the panelists for coming. Thank you very much. We're not taking it for granted at all. Maybe next time we'll have this session, we'll enjoy it more and more. Thank you very much. And for the listeners and the students, we are very much appreciative of how you had your patience. You stayed and listened and all that. I want to thank you so much. May God bless all of us. Africa will grow and we grow to greater heights. Thank you very much. This session stands closed. Thank you. So we will invite one of the young engineers who want to give just a vote of thanks so that we can close. Any person who will volunteer to give vote of thanks? Yeah? Vote of thanks, please. Come around. Photographer. After now, we will all take photograph.
Thank you very much. Permitting to stand on the existing protocols and to extend a warm appreciation to all our leaders, our experts in the industry for the great insights shared with us. And we're promising that God on our side will take those advice and then we'll run with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're going to close with give us the anthem to close. The pledge, please, let's close with it. The pledge. Tomorrow, please, remember, we are going to be here by 8 o'clock, 8 in the morning. Please try as much as possible to be early. Tomorrow's panel discussions and all the technical sessions, they will be greater than today. So please try as much as possible to be here on time, and then you will not regret it. The pledge, please. Thank you. Thank you.